Okay, it is 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It is 7 p.m. and this is the regular meeting of the Kaneland Board of Education. We would like to inform all meeting attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion. And at this time, I'll ask you to please stand for the pledge with us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Kleisner.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Dr. Lawler.
Here.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Here.
Mr. McCauley.
Here.
Mrs. Simmons. Here.
And with 7 members present, we have a quorum. At this time, is there anything that the board would like to move from consent agenda to new business? Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons. Aye. Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 7-0. It's now time for the board and superintendent salutes, and I will turn it over to Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you. I am proud to share that next week is Principal Appreciation Week. I think our principals would appreciate it if I didn't call them out tonight, but not going to do that. So if you would, principals, would you stand, please? And stay standing. And stay standing. All right. Principals are invaluable in our school district. Wait, stay standing. Non-rule followers, come on. Principals are just essential to the effective running of a school district and a building. Days typically, which is funny to use the word typical because there's almost nothing typical about the standard school day for a principal, but they might start with professional development before a meeting. They typically have meeting to make sure that they have buses. Buses are there. They have to find out if there's any subs. They might have to be a sub for the day, change meetings around. And then from there, they have to observe classes, maybe observe teachers, work with teachers. And then comes lunchtime. Then they have to stop what they're doing, make sure they go to the lunch, make sure our students are eating lunch properly, appropriately. Then from there, they might have a student meeting, parent meeting, phone calls, bus duty after school. So they start with the bus duty, cafeteria, end with the bus duty, and then maybe a PTO meeting, after school sports, after school activities, and then maybe even some of their own professional development, take classes, online classes, work towards a master's or a doctorate. And then at the end, they get invited to a board meeting that they get to come tonight, get recognized, and also share as part of their SIP plan. So as you know, our principals do a lot, are greatly appreciated. So if you get a chance next week, make sure you reach out and say thank you to one of our principals. But thanks again for all of your work on behalf of myself and our Board of Education.
Yeah, on behalf of the Board of Education, we're not there to see what you guys do day in, day out, but we know you play a vital role. For those of us who have kids or have had kids in the district, we know. And so just want to say thank you. As echo everything Dr. Layden said, but yeah, we appreciate you.
That was all we had. Thank you.
Dr. Fuchs? Nothing tonight? Okay. Well, tonight's consent agenda contains the following action items. Approval of the treasurer's report from September 2023. Approval of minutes of September 25th, 2023 regular meeting. Approval of personnel. Approval of destruction of audio recordings from closed session meetings from April 2022. April 2024-2025 budget calendar. Approval of the ISBE maintenance grant application. Approval of resolution authorizing litigation against social media companies. And the following informational items. First quarter budget report. Enrollment report for September 30th, 2023. Employee position report. Student suspension data report. Field trip notification. And the Freedom of Information Act report. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second. And a roll call, please.
Mrs. Simmons. Aye. Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Leller.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. All right. So, up next is round one of public comments. No one signed up?
No.
Would anyone like to speak at this time? No? Okay, well, I'll save the spiel. Well, then we'll move on to new business. The first item of new business is recognition of the Board of Education Art Awards. Dr. Layden, if you could please provide us more information.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. This is by far one of our favorite events during the school year. We get a chance to recognize our wonderful art teachers, the hard work that they do and their expertise. And then as that trickles down to our students, we get to also recognize our students tonight with their wonderful artwork. So in a second, I will call up our first teacher, and then that teacher will call up the students. And if the students would stand right here, parents, please feel free to come up and take a picture. You can embarrass them, scoot up if you need to, come around wherever you need to. You have permission to come up and take that picture. And if the kids are mad, they have to be mad at me, not at you, because I'm giving permission. And then when you're done, when you exit, when this topic is done, we would like to get a picture of all of our artists together. So when you exit, our Director of Communications, Mr. Chavez, will follow you. You'll go out in the open cafetorium area, up on the stairs by the 8th grade wing, and then get a picture of all of our artists there together. You'll then be able to see that picture on the website. You'll be able to see it at the KCN, and we'll be able to celebrate our students accordingly. So first, we have from John Stewart, Miss Carlene Gregg. If you would come up, please. You talk here, just so everybody can hear. Yeah.
My voice. Okay, this is Violet. She is now in 4th grade. This was her 3rd grade artwork, so everybody can see it. Oh, sure. Yeah, here you go. We talked a lot about the elements and principles of art. So as you can see here, definitely color with the warm and cool colors, as well as lines and pattern. We did touch on abstract, as you can tell with the leaves, how it's more with shape versus the actual form of a leaf. But then we also worked on technique, on how to paint and how to stay within the lines of painting and using smaller brushes versus bigger brushes, when to use those, putting paint only on the tip of the brush versus the whole thing and getting it on the metal. We also worked with something new with paint pens as well for little small details. And then they drew the bird as well, and they got to choose whatever colors they wanted for their bird. Violet is just, her vibrant personality just shines in every class I've had her in. She is so kind, so patient with other peers of hers. She helps out whenever it's needed with a peer. If I need help, she's right there. But the most important thing is her attention to being creative and her detail that she works on. So well done, Violet.
Mom's coming too.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Thank you.
Each of our nothing to see here. I just want to receive a certificate and a check for either their second place or first place finish based on their rating from each of their teachers. And I also want to share, I have to brag truly, this artwork goes over to our district office and then it hangs in the hallway for 1 year and then my office for a year. So in the state of Illinois, I have by far the best decorated office because I have their artwork in there. So I am very spoiled to do so. So congratulations again.
All right, can I have CC? Okay. CC. My heart broke when she had to go to the middle school. But this was her 5th grade art piece. As you can tell, there's a lot going on there that we talked about. It was a very lengthy project, but we talked about various textures with animals. So like scales, feathers, hair. They practiced every single one before they chose what animal that they wanted to do. So half of this is actually a copy of the animal, then the other half is their drawing and they had to match it. So then we talked about value and how to accomplish value to get the form of the animal itself. So we broke it down into just looking at the animal itself as a shape, and then we brought the value in to capture the actual form of the animal. Cece, like I said, my heart broke. She is an outstanding student. She excels in everything, worked so hard. She came in during her lunch recess. She was in every art club of mine. She was just one of a kind that was always helping. Mrs. Gregg, what do you need me to do? Mrs. Gregg, can I work on this? Absolutely. She would work on extra projects just to excel in her art. So this is well deserving for first place.
Congratulations. Now from John Shields, Mrs. Grigg.
Reagan wants to come up. This is Reagan. She's currently in 4th grade, but she did this project at the end of 3rd grade. And with this project, we studied the artist Jeff Koons, who you may recognize one of his main characters from his artwork, which is the balloon dog. Except Jeff Koons, they're not actual balloon dogs. They're very large sculptures that are made of metal, and they look like real balloons with the shiny highlights reflecting off of it. He's a great pop artist. The kids love him because they can really relate to his subject matter. So with this project, we learned how to draw a cute little balloon dog, and they painted it a color of their choice and added the highlights. And then his sculptures, since they can be very huge, massive, and displayed outside, we chose to do a cityscape background and glue their dog in front of it. Reagan she's super creative. She's just a fun girl. Everything she does, she puts a little extra spin on it, and it's just super creative, and I love to see what just comes out of her mind and shows up on her artwork. So I'm really proud of her, and she did a really great job on this. It's a nice job.
Did you get a picture?
Oh.
Yes.
More good stuff.
Good try, though. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations.
And then Sophie.
Oh, Dr. Layden, can you raise the pictures? People in the back can't see it.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So this is Sophie. She is currently in 5th grade, but she did this artwork in 4th grade. So this project was tedious. the first thing they did is they created 15 different shades of the color of their choice. And then once they were done with that, they cut them all up into tiny pieces. And then the whole class donated 2 colors of their own into a class pot. And then the rest of the class was able to dig through to fill in the rest of their project with other colors. And we looked at stained glass and mosaic examples. And this fish design was a replica of what like a stained glass would look like, but with hundreds of tiny papers. So this took a lot of stamina for my students. Sophie is very, very focused. She's a quiet person, which works for her because she's able to really focus in on what she's doing. Every single thing this girl touches turns out beautiful. You're an amazing artist. You can see this is just lovely. And the way she can control not only her paint, but Elmer's glue, if you've ever used that yourself, I mean, it's everywhere. And you look up at this close and you can't even tell she used glue on it. I mean, just the precision this project took is amazing. And I would say out of all my students, Sophie is the one who could pull it off with probably her eyes closed. That's how good she is. So I'm really proud of her, and you did a really nice job.
Mrs. Berth from Blackberry.
All right, so for this piece, we focused on a contemporary female artist named Iris Scott, who actually does all of her paintings with her fingers. She found she was able to move the paint and get the colors she would want easier with her fingers than actually with a brush. And so, and she also likes to capture a lot of movement within her pieces. So for our picture, we focused on having a dog that looked like they were kind of shaking off that water to show the movement. And what's really nice about this one in particular is Emily's attention to texture on the animal itself. So for our animals, we did use brushes and just the technique of dabbing it lightly and double loading the brush with a couple different colors of paint to really get the layers and the shading that you would want with the fur. And then the background is where they got to dip their fingers into finger paint and go ahead and do the dots looking like they're moving and kind of getting splattered across the background. Her attention to detail, this was beautiful from far away, but if you really do get up close on it, the amount of texture that she has on the dog is phenomenal. And the way she was able to have movement in the background with her fingerprints, but then also kind of have the control and restraint of where she wanted it to go was outstanding. She's an amazing artist and pays a lot of attention to detail and is always open for suggestions and gives other people good advice about their artwork too. So, congratulations.
I think that's where they'll all go from now. And there
God bless.
Molly.
God bless.
So this is Molly, currently a 5th grade artist at our school. She created this project when she was in 4th grade. This one we focused on a book and illustrator of the book Change Sings. I get that right. The idea of the book is that through simple changes, you can make your community a better place. And so what I asked for the students to do was really think inwardly about something that brought them joy and something that they could share with the community. And from that thought, they had a brainstorm sheet. Once they got their idea down, they had to really create a graphic looking symbol that would do well with just a black and white contrast because it was more of an illustration style. And so she chose ballet slippers for dance to help spread the joy and the love of dance in her community. Because it's a piece that is supposed to be out in the community, we did just a spun painting technique to create the brick wall in the background, and it looks a little bit more like a street art style, but more refined in a way. The other focus for this lesson too was on contrast and the idea of the contrasting black and white background, the warm and cool color set with the simple simplified image or symbol on the top of it. So created last year. She amazes me, still creates beautiful things in the art room this year. Molly has this aura of like sunshine, joy, and happiness, and smiles and giggles wherever she goes, which shows in her artwork too. So amazing student, happy to have her again. So congratulations. Here you go.
This is Skagurski? Skagowski, yeah. From Kaneland McDowell. Let's have you.
Students here. So this is Tegan Miller, and she was a first grader when she did this, and it's collage. The flowers were made using primary colors that we kind of mixed together to get those secondary colors, and then we kind of towed the line between two-dimensional and three-dimensional, kind of show the kids how to make a variety of different flowers. We used a really old wallpaper book. Those are going out of fashion for the table there. And she's a really hard worker. As a first grader, I'm very excited to see what she's able to come up with next. So congrats to Tegan.
Thank you.
This one's Kaden Forbes, who is here, yay! Representing for the boys. So Kaden, I'm so excited to see him because he's now in middle school. He did this in 5th grade. And it's another collage. I guess I really love collage. He made a variety of different types of papers using all sorts of different techniques. We have like chalk, marbling, and spatter paint, and metallic inks, all sorts of different fun things to use. And then for the eyes, they could either do analogous, which is colors next to each other on the color wheel, or tints and shades. So he did kind of a little bit of both. Kind of stayed with green, but went a little bit yellow-green into the darker kind of teal greens for the irises. And they were allowed to choose their animal, and Kaden went with a dog, which turned out really nicely. It's just fabulous, and I delight in thinking of Mr. Layden having this staring him down in his somebody watching you there.
Yeah, for sure.
So very proud of you, Kaden. You are awesome, and I just know that you're doing great in middle school too. So congratulations.
Oh, should go.
Mrs. Farr from the middle school.
Charlie, come on up. This is three-dimensional, so it's in a nice shadow box. Thank you. Doing that? Yeah. So Charlie is an amazing creative person. He was an 8th grade student last year, and he was Artist of the Month, so I'm actually returning some other art to you today. Yeah. And it's back here. All that was in one frame. He is an exceptional artist.
He did all of my assignments diligently and really well, and got Artist of the Month for that. But also his work, his independent work, was really where I saw him shine even more, because these are done on my Imagination Friday. So since students in middle school have art for 9 weeks, they have the Fridays is a full choice day. So they use what media they want, and there's no intended project or my expectations are just that they do their own art. So that was a place for him to really shine, because he takes clay and very quickly he's able to create these magnificent creatures with the amazing inventive mind that he has. And so each one, do you want to name them for us? Or do you remember some of the names? Because you tended to name them as you created
Let
them.
me think. Seeker, his entire face is his jaws, and he has eyes where his fingers are.
Yeah.
Screamer, he's a head with a head here and a head behind his head.
Yep.
Sally, she's got jaws on her hands and no face and only one foot. Can't remember if I ever named that one.
Yeah.
Some of them I got inspiration from other movies I watched.
Yeah, that's often the starting point for his work. Another point that had another work that had a historical basis was these were all characters from like he riffs off of history oftentimes, or riffs off of tales. So he's just an absolute genius when it comes to creating art, and I really missed you so far this year. And now that you're a freshman, I'm glad you're still doing art after school when you get home, and your parents provide that opportunity for you with drawing equipment and clay, because it is a very important part of your personality and your education. So, Charlie Hornberg.
Mr. Purnell?
And I do not see Aaron here today, which is a shame. Aaron was in 8th grade, worked in graphic communications, and this is a brand new project we did that last year. We took a postcard from previous years, and I basically decided to change up the composition and focus on the golden ratio. Aaron also created an artist statement, which I can give to the board and actually have framed with this, that talks about his piece. Basically what it is, we took a rectangle, divided it in 2/3, 1/3, took that other rectangle, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. So main subject, obviously, is Martin Luther King. He had some parts with regards to race, whites only. He has a bus scene down here on the bottom. What does he have? The drinking fountain scene, which is famous. So based in graphic communications, we're finding images that he has, incorporates it, brings in the composition, finds different types of ink splatters, uses different types of layers. So in Photoshop, we can use many different types of techniques to change up a composition. And the great thing about Photoshop, he has this piece at home with him. So not only is at your office, he has his own piece at home, because I can print this off over and over and over. So it's a shame that Aaron's not here, because he was wonderful in all the techniques and all the projects that we did. So, thank you.
Miss Vandalinder Birchfield from the high school. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is Brooklyn here? Yay, no. This is Sage, right? Yeah. So, this is Brooklyn's photograph. And it's a horse in front of a really beautiful saturated green fence and a beautiful red barn. There's really great use of complementary colors. It has a really nice composition. But yeah, so it's just a really strong piece. There's really great texture and pattern both in the horse itself. Looks like it kind of has a bit more winter coat to it. It's got some fuzz on it, and that really brings out a lot of really cool texture in the fence as well. So there's just really cool foreground, background use. Really good law of three in that we've got it kind of broken out into thirds. Really good use of composition, also subject matter. It's very telling for kind of a lot of our students in their everyday life and for Kaneland students sometimes. So really shows some good work.
Congratulations.
This was done last year by Abby, who was my student assistant this year as a senior. This was done in AP art. And it in AP they follow a like sustained investigation. They kind of come up with their own driving force, what they want to like experiment with or kind of work and answer to in their work. And this is done with acrylic, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And it's your track.
Yeah.
So and yours had a lot to do with like high school life or like
so it was like approval and like how that negatively affects me. So I run, so that was a big part of my life to say like, you know, if you're running faster, typically more people will like you more. So I wanted to see how I could portray that in my art. So I was like, I'm progressively running faster. There's more of the like the dots and the like approval of like people appreciating you more as that goes on.
So really focusing on expression. Also, it really shows her development of style. There's a lot of just kind of brush strokes and color that kind of goes through where it's like more defined. It's very like a little bit of a self-portrait too, because you know she's the figure as well.
Yeah.
But like, the way that it's applied shows a lot of her development of her style throughout. So, and then you're also working on a public art thing for the library this year as well. So that will be part of the library in the high school. So, really great work.
Seems interesting to share this wonderful artwork and not let them take it with them. But again, what we do is we take it over to the district office now for 2 years. 1 year it'll hang in the hallway, the other year in my office. And the current artwork now goes back into the building of origin. So when you go into the different buildings, maybe these will now be more meaningful to you when you see up all the other work all over the years. Those are the other students that have preceded your sons and daughters tonight. So again, congratulations. The board did purchase these. So these have been certificate is a check for your son or daughter. So now they are officially professional artists because they've been paid for their work. So again, congratulations to our students. And then one other round of applause for our staff. Thank you for our staff coming out tonight. And just a quick show of hands, did you learn something new about artwork tonight? The vocab and all of the work is just amazing. And again, thank you. And if you would, out by the 8th grade, up the stairs in the cafetorium area, if you'd grab a picture, that would be great. And look for it in the KCN and also look for it on the district website. Again, congratulations and thank you for coming out. Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so excited too. Yeah, see you.
So much fun. I've seen one of my kids' faces. It's amazing. Yeah, and you can tell. Okay, so we're going to move from that fun topic to an even more fun topic. The second item of new business is the 2022-2023 audit report presentation for the Fox Valley Career Center. Dr. Fuchs.
Thank you. I don't even have to make my own jokes about how much fun. It's really hard to follow that. So thank you. Every year, the school district is required to have an independent third-party audit, and then that audit is submitted to the Regional Office of Education as well as the Illinois State Board of Education. Tonight, we have our independent auditor, Lauterbach from Lauterbach and Ammon. It is Miss Cassandra Reed. So Cassie, if you want to come up to the microphone. She does the audits for both Fox Valley Career Center, Dr. Burchell, and Kaneland 302. I am going to have her start with Fox Valley. In front of you, you have the booklets. You'll see the audit and the management letter. The audit was included in the online or electronic version. After tonight's meeting, if you have any questions, please submit them and we'll respond. Otherwise, you will see the audit reports for approval on the consent agenda October 30th, which is our next board meeting. Additionally, at the end of tonight, if you do not want your hard copies, we do. Dr. Burchell needs to share them with his board for the Fox Valley copies. If you want to keep them, you're welcome to keep them. We'll get additional ones, but please remember you also have an electronic version. With that, I will ask Cassie to go ahead and get started then with Fox Valley.
Yes. First of all, thank you guys for having me, and I just want to thank Julianne and Judy for all their coordinated efforts this year, and the rest of the staff, and making the audit go real smooth, and it has every year. I've been on this for a few years now, so every year it's smooth sailing. The first, I want to start you out with page 1 of the Fox Valley Career Center audit report, and that is our audit opinion. That is an unmodified, clean opinion, so which is the highest opinion that the Fox Valley Career Center can get. Moving over to the MD&A, that is on page 5. This really just summarizes the financial highlights of Fox Valley Career Center, and it summarizes the net position of the general fund and honestly really just takes the giant report and summarizes it in a quick 3 or 4 pages. And then moving over to page 12, that starts the financial statements. The balance sheet starts on page 15 and income statement is on page 17. With regarding to the balance sheet, the total ending fund balance for Fox Valley Career Center General Fund was $379,473. So that is the ending fund balance going into fiscal year 2024. Okay. Then moving over to the notes to the financial statements on page 19. This really summarizes the pension liabilities of Fox Valley Career Center, their cash and investments, and their capital assets. And then moving lastly to the budgetary information, that is on page 38. And that kind of does a comparison of the original and final budget with the actual amounts and shows how, whether they were within the budget, over budget for each individual line item. And then you guys also have the manager letter comments with you. And I can do a brief overview of those as well. So we have 2 current year recommendations. That is the 2 GASB pronouncements. These will not get implemented until GASB 100 will be fiscal year 2024. So it'll be on the manager letter comments for the next 2 years as a requirement by GASB. And then GASB 101 is a new GASB pronouncement as well, and that won't get implemented until 2025. So that will be on for the next 3 years. There was 1 prior year recommendation which has been implemented. That is GASB 96 relating to subscriptions. Fox Valley Career Center did not have any material subscriptions, so it did not affect any of the financial statements. Any questions on Fox Valley?
So are we early adopting all the GASBs that aren't, is that our policy?
Once they are provided to us, we're required to show it as a manager letter comment, but it isn't affecting anything until it's required to be implemented by GASB.
So you just notate it?
Yes. So last year was GASB 87. That was leases, so like bus leases, computer leases, etc.
Yeah.
And then this year was GASB 96, so it was subscriptions only. We haven't seen too many implementations for that just because it's not material for the financial statements.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But they stay on until they're implemented, and then you'll see with GASB 96, the manager comment is that it has been implemented and will not be repeated.
Sure.
So then moving over to the school district. I'm first going to start you out with page 8. That is the district COA award for fiscal year 2022. We do expect for the district to receive a COA award for fiscal year 2023 as well. Page 10 is our audit opinion. Again, that is a clean, unmodified opinion this year, so the highest opinion that you can receive. Moving over to the MD&A on page 14. Again, this is another way of the financial highlights. It really just summarizes the net position of all the funds combined. It really takes the entire report and summarizes it nicely within 5 pages. The financial statements start on page 25 with the balance sheet at page 30. The total ending fund balance was $11,893,108 for all combined funds, so government-wide. And general fund being the largest fund with $6,733,183 ending fund balance rolling into fiscal year 2024. Moving over to page 32, that's the income statement. This really highlights the ending balance or ending changes in the fund, and it also highlights the short-term debt issuance, which was paid off, issued and paid off within the fiscal year. Then on page 37 will be the notes to the financial statements. And similar to Fox Valley, that just highlights the pension liabilities, capital assets, debt summaries, any issuances and payments, and then cash and investments. And then lastly, on page 96, again, is the budgetary information similar to Fox Valley. It shows the original and the final budget compared to actuals for each individual account. And then moving over to manager letter comments. Similar to Fox Valley, we also have GASB 100 and 101 listed on there. That is the same for every school district, so it'll be on there for the next 2 to 3 years. And then we have the funds over budget for the debt service fund, which is most likely due to the payment of the $1.3 million bonds that were paid off in the current year. And there is one prior year recommendation, funds with deficit net position, which I know Julianne and I are working through for this next year to set forward a plan for that. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you guys and have a great rest of your night.
Thanks for coming out. Yes.
Thank you.
So I just want to take a second to thank Dr. Fuchs for all her years of hard work. This is your last, correct? Audit? Yeah.
Well, Chris, you'll be back in June, so I'll still be here. They come twice a year in the summer. In June, they do the preliminary, and then in August, they come back for the final numbers after the end of the fiscal year. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we've had consistently clean audit reports for those of you who don't know. It's not something that's easy. Also, the certificate of excellence is in a lot of ways going above and beyond for the district. So, you know, from a financial perspective, it's pretty big. So, you know, thank you for everything. And, you know, we look forward to Jackie taking over. But, yeah, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so that covered 2 and 3, right? They flow together. So I guess we'll move on to J4 at this time. And that is the Kaneland Superintendent Search. And Dr. Layton.
Yes, thank you. I will kick that off and turn it back to you for your discussion and planned steps moving forward. Again, as you see in the memo and the conversation that we'll have, my planned retirement is June 30th of 2025, which is a little over a year and a half out. And I know our board has had a lot of discussion about what that transition plan would look like, that succession plan would look like. And I know the board wants to be very forward thinking. And with that, I'm appreciative of the time. I'm still going to be around, Jen. I'm not going anywhere. Appreciative of working with our board and look forward to assisting with the board any way that we can as the board makes this transitional shift and an eventual replacement. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll also want to thank David Chavez. He's done a lot of work putting together some of this information, and the board's hard work and dedication to draft this plan, come up with the next steps to lead towards what President Gonzalez will share here in a second. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm not much of a presenter, and I do have a bit of a script, so I'll try and stick to it. But if I stray, you have to forgive me. So I'll start it off. Good evening, members of Kaneland CUSD number 302 community. I have an important announcement for you that will impact our school district and community. We will be launching a search process for the new superintendent starting tomorrow. The search is in anticipation of the planned retirement of our current superintendent, Dr. Layden, on June 30th, 2025. Dr. Layden has been a dedicated superintendent for our district, guiding Kaneland over the past 9 years. We are grateful for his excellent service as he prepares to retire in June 2025. Thank you, Dr. Layden, for all you've done to our district, and we wish you good luck in your future endeavors. So, at this point, we're looking forward to partnering with the Kaneland community as the Board of Education embraces this opportunity to find a replacement. So I'll let you guys know, the board has decided to take on this task wholly so that we can make the best decision for our community. It's going to be a lot of work, but it's something we've all put the time and effort into and committed to. And we definitely are going to ask for the community's input in this at all levels, because it's an important decision, and maybe one of the most important decisions we make as a legacy for this board. So with that being said, I'll move forward. So it's going to happen in 3 phases. Phase 1 is going to be the needs and assessment strategy and development. So at that point, we're going to look at the needs of our community, the needs of the school district, and evaluate what we're looking for in a superintendent. From there, we're going to go to the candidate screening. So we're going to review all applicants, and based on the needs, based on the community feedback, we're going to identify which candidates would be the best option for proceeding forward. And then phase 3 is evaluation and hiring. So one of the things I want to stress through this process is that the community is going to play a vital role in this at all ends. So again, looking at the camera, for all you that are at home, we need you. All right, slide 2. Important dates to be aware of in this search process. October 11th, we're going to have the superintendent retirement search process protocols outlined. So that's tomorrow. The 12th through the 27th, the needs assessment and feedback surveys will be sent out. By November 6th, we'll have our first round of interviews. November 29th, we'll have our finalist interviews with the Board of Education. November 29th to December 11th, the finalist interviews and evaluation review. By December 11th, we hope to have our new superintendent hired and are ready to announce it. So let's go a little more in depth. By initiating this process now, we aim to ensure that the incoming superintendent will be available to listen, learn, and focus on building trust and relationships in the community before starting their new role. So we're looking for a seamless transition. So that's one of the reasons why we're starting early. We want to be able to foster the relationship with the new superintendent coming in, and Dr. Layden has graciously worked with us to ensure that happens. Also, I'd like to mention that he's going to be helping us in this process throughout. He's been a valuable resource, because if you look at bullet point 3, I know I'm skipping ahead, but one of the things we're going to do is we're going to save on hiring an external firm by doing this internally. So the goal is to do it internally, first of all, save money, but also identify what the community wants and needs are. So thank you for that. And then, yeah, bullet number 2, early hiring meets the needs of the staff. Okay. Also, parents, administrators, students, and everyone in the community can provide feedback on the ongoing implementation of the district's vision, mission, and goals so that our new superintendent can work towards a seamless transition before their first day on the job. So, you're going to have increased board engagement and ownership in the hiring process with the direct involvement in the search process. The selected candidate will get to know the staff, the board, and the community while working with Dr. Layden, as I mentioned before. And then we're looking to reduce the transition time going into it. All right. So then we'll go a little more in depth into the phases. So slide 5. As part of phase 1, Dr. Layden will officially announce his planned retirement to the public. We will gather community feedback through survey and focus groups from October 12th to October 27th. This feedback lets us identify the qualities and traits the Kaneland community, as well as the Board of Education, value in a superintendent. And by Kaneland community, we're looking for feedback at all levels. So, not just the taxpayer, but we're looking for parents, we're looking for teachers, we're looking for everybody to provide us that feedback so that we make the best decision for our district. Slide 6. Phase 2. We're going to use this feedback gathered from the stakeholders to evaluate the candidates in addition to the applicants. Required certifications and qualifications will be reviewed. Phase 2 will take place from October 30th to November 29th. So at that point, we're going to evaluate the applicants. We're going to identify whether or not they meet the required certifications and qualifications, and then we're going to look to make sure that they fit within the mold that we've formed from that community feedback we've been seeking, that I keep reiterating. If you notice a trend here. Phase 3. The finalist evaluation and review will happen from November 29th to December 11th. To ensure we hire the best person for the job based on the totality of the search that includes feedback, interviews, reference checks, and their experience. The search process will conclude on December 11th with the announcement of the new superintendent. So by that point, we'll have done what we need to do. We'll have heard from the district, and our hope is that we'll arrive at a candidate who best fits the role that the community that we want as a superintendent. So again, there's going to be ample opportunity to come out, engage with us, let us know. We want to hear it. This is our district. This is all of us. And this is an opportunity for us to come together and select the right leader to fill some big shoes that Dr. Layden will be emptying. So in closing, I want to take a moment to assure you that the search for the new superintendent will be a transparent process. We are excited to partner with you in finding a leader who will continue to lead us with integrity, innovation as we strive to provide a Kaneland education and ensure that our students are college, career, and community ready. We understand the importance of finding a leader who can work collaboratively with the community to create a trusted partnership. To achieve this goal, we are committed to implementing direct feedback from the community throughout the process. Your input is invaluable to us, and we believe that working together, we can find the best candidate for the role. As you saw on the timeline, this process starts tomorrow with the announcement and a survey being sent through the school messenger to Kaneland stakeholder groups. We understand that finding a new superintendent is a significant decision, and we want to ensure that the process is fair and unbiased. We will keep you informed with every step of the way and welcome your feedback and suggestions. We encourage everyone to stay informed and engaged throughout this process. You can find the survey, important dates, focus groups, and updates on the search at www.kaneland.org, starting October 12th in the Board of Education section. Thank you for your continued support as we work towards building a strong and successful school district. So thank you all. I haven't done a presentation since college.
Well done.
You did well.
Oh, wow. All right. So at this point, then we'll move on to J5, which is the approval of the additional 0.5 FT of the social work at the Ignite Personalized Academy.
Thank you.
Personalized Learning Academy, excuse me.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Dr. Atkins. If you'll share some of the background and information from the memo and the needs with our students currently at Kipla.
Absolutely, thank you. As the board knows, in March prior year, we present a minimum staffing plan. That minimum staffing plan is just that, it's a minimum. And we recognize that throughout the course of the spring, summer, and fall, needs and interests may change for the district. And it's not uncommon at all for your HR director to come back and let you know that there is a different need, a new need, an unknown need that's made itself known during the course of the summer, early fall. And that's the case with Kipla. We started the minimum staffing plan with a 0.5 social worker. But then as we had enrollment fluctuations, Kipla's been staying right at about 100 students, but 2 kids out, 2 kids in throughout the summer, that kind of thing. And once the school year started and we were able to review all of the needs, we did realize that the blend of IEP needs, 504 needs, and what every social worker deals with in terms of the general student population, so resolving peer conflicts, those kinds of things, walk-in business, if you will, has exceeded the 0.5 demand. So after a variety of problem solving at the building level to accommodate those needs, we are at a place where we realize we do need additional special education support with an additional 0.5 allotment. That would create a full-time social worker at the Kaneland Ignite Personalized Learning Academy. So in order to meet all those needs, meet the compliance with the various IEP and 504 needs, also then the general student needs that every building experiences with those peer conflicts and things like that, we do need that additional support. So any questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. So the current social worker that is working half-time, is that individual stepping, is she working at 2 different schools right now? And
Right.
does pulling her full-time vacate a spot?
Unknown, because the FTE allotment is separate from the person. So what happens if the board approves this allotment, which we do need to do, we would post it internally for 10 days in accordance with the KEA contract. Interested internal candidates could apply for it. We do have several social workers that might be interested. We have a 0.5 social worker who may want to go full-time. We have an existing 0.5 who's shared with another building that may want to be at one building full-time, which would create the actual opening to hire then at a different location, at a different site. So there's a bit of a ripple effect in terms of the people. So please do remember, as we talk about FTEs and staffing, what we're looking at is just the raw full-time equivalency. The next level of who is a separate issue governed by internal processes with the KEA. So I don't know.
Any other questions? Feedback?
Thank you.
All right. Well, at this time, I'll entertain a motion that the Kaneland Board of Education approves an additional 0.5 FTE for social work at the Kaneland Ignite Personalized Learning Academy.
So moved. Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Cook?
Aye.
Mr. McCauley?
Aye.
Dr. Lawler?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky?
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner?
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons?
Aye.
All right. Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the 6th item of new business tonight. We're plugging through, huh? Which is the waiver of potential conflict of interest. Dr. Layden, could you please provide more information?
Yeah, if you recall, back in September, we had Carl Otteson from Otteson Brits here to share information on the conflict of interest and that waiver. At that time, that waiver was to allow both Otteson Brits to represent both Kaneland School District and the village of Sugar Grove. Equally, at that time, the Mr. Otteson said, regardless of what the board decides, if the board does decide not to allow it, which the board voted 7-0 to not allow it, he did say, likely, if Sugar Grove wanted to move forward, still using Otteson as their representation, as he shared that night, likely would come back to the board for approval. And because of the fact of the information that President Gonzalez and I received September 29th, we received an email from Otteson asking if we would waive that conflict of interest. Now we have the second piece that Mr. Otteson said may come to us. So what the board needs to decide and have conversation on, would or is our board interested in allowing Odison still represent the village of Sugar Grove in the TIF dealings moving forward? And we did end up utilizing Robin Schwartz as our attorney, that we're going to utilize that firm, an attorney named Ken Foley. And when we had a conversation with him, we asked him this question. And one of the things that he shared is that there are times when it is beneficial if their firm, who happens to know people from Odison, if they know them, it helps the process move along quicker at times. But then again, that's where the conflict might come in, and that's what the board has to weigh, whether or not they want to waive that tonight. And that was the information that we learned, and that is what is in the waiver itself, is for that discussion for the board. And if the board chooses not to approve that waiver, then the village of Sugar Grove would have to do the same thing that we did, which is seek alternate representation for their TIF dealings with Kaneland School District.
So the concern is that Odison represents us in other matters. They're not going to represent us in the TIF realm, but they are still our attorneys. Maureen is, with Odison.
Yes.
And that firm, Maureen's firm, will be representing Sugar Grove on the TIF side. So we're evaluating whether or not we want to allow that, because that firm still represents us on other matters besides the TIF.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how it's laid out in the waiver approval letter.
So if they're not going to represent us when it comes to the TIF, what other things are conflict of interest that we should be worried that, like if we were to say?
Yeah, just simply what President Gonzalez just shared, because they represent us in other matters.
I know, I guess
Yes.
that's what I'm asking, is like, what are
Yeah.
those other matters that would be concerning for us if they represented us, plus they also, like, there's nothing else crossing or things that they're representing for us that would be crossing with the TIF, right? With the Sugar Grove TIF.
Correct. The other matters are special education related at times, employee matters, those types of other instances that we would have with typical instances with our law firm.
Okay.
Which have already been taking place prior to this discussion, right? If I understand that correctly.
Matters with Odison Brits and our district.
Yeah.
Outside of the TIF, yes.
Yeah, right. So
Yep.
really nothing's changing except for Odison gets to still represent Sugar Grove after we finish tonight. If we vote correct,
Yes.
to recommend.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
approve the waiver, yes.
waive it, yeah.
It made sense here.
We got it.
Any other feedback? Any questions? Further discussion? All right.
I guess I don't know if you want a sense of things, but my opinion is if they represent Sugar Grove, I mean, that's their business with Sugar Grove. So Sugar Grove wants them, let Sugar Grove deal with it. We've decided we're going to go a different route. That's our prerogative. That's my sense.
I would agree. I was weary at first because I kind of want a total separation, but at this point we've separated to the extent I think we need to benefit our interests, and so I personally I feel that it puts the district at minimal risk to go ahead and waive this and let Sugar Grove or let Odison continue to support Sugar Grove. All right. No further discussion. Last chance. All right. Well, at this point, I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Education approves the waiver of conflict of interest regarding the Crown Industries with Odison, Del Novo, Hossenberg, and Costado Ltd.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
All right. The motion passes 7-0. All right. On to the seventh item of new business is the approval of the school improvement plan. First reading. Dr. Layton.
Yep, annually at this meeting, our principals, as we talked about earlier when we recognized them, one of the great timings of this, they come and get recognized as Principal Appreciation Week, and also share highlights from our school improvement plans that we have across the district goals and individual school goals. based on the data that you remember hearing back in July. So they target some of those goals. So what we'll do now is I'll turn it over to Mr. Raleigh. He'll talk through those plans, and then each of the principals will share their specific goals. And then remember, this is on first reading tonight. It'll come back in consent on second reading, and then in May, either May or June, at the end of the year, when the goals have been updated, when the goals have been measured, that data then comes back to the board with the final report. So this isn't the last time you'll see this. You'll see this again at the end when the data is collected and the goals are shared back out with the community and with the board. Mr. Raleigh.
Thank you. I have the pleasure today to kind of bat lead off for a team that's going to be coming up and sharing all about their buildings and some of the data that they're going to focus on to look at how to continuously improve some of the things that are happening. So excited to be able to present this. I wanted to share a little bit about the process. If you remember back to our July 31st meeting is when we brought a recap from our previous year. So looking at this slide, this is just a timeline. And really, when we look at our school improvement process, it serves, or they serve, two goals for our district. Number one, it allows us to really engage in that continuous improvement cycle. So we are looking at more large-scale data, more large-scale issues across our buildings and across our district. And this allows us to build action plans, engage a variety of different stakeholders to make sure that we are seeking to improve on a variety of different issues. The other piece that this serves, legally, when we talk about teacher evaluation, part of that evaluation plan requires teachers to have 2 student improvement goals. So as you'll see with these goals, rather than like an attainment goal or a professional goal, these are directly related to student growth, which usually comes with a pre-data set, and then we will collect data towards the February time of year, because that's what coincides with our evaluation timelines. We are right at about that September-October timeline. We've started to look at some of our initial pre-data. We've been meeting with our teams throughout the summer to start some idea generation on what those focuses for our buildings might be. And we're excited to have each of our principals come up and share what those goals are going to be. We'll talk a little bit about historically what we've done for our district goals. About 6 years ago and the years prior to that, each building had 2 individual building goals. And then as we wanted to focus on bringing all of our buildings together, that shifted about 5 years ago to 2 district-wide goals. So rather than a school improvement goal, we focused on a district improvement goal. That had sustained for 4 years. And in our 5th year here, we are looking at balancing that out. We do have a district-wide all-in goal that teachers can opt into, that the district will be monitoring. And then each building has a separate goal focused on the specific needs of their building.
And the metric that you're using is iReady scores?
Not.
For student growth?
No, there's a variety of different measures that we will use.
Which other measures are you going to use?
Some of that's what our principals are going to present. Some of them may be surveys. Some of them might be looking at, I believe there's some writing goals that are tied to rubrics. So it's not necessarily directly related to iReady, but there is a pre and a post form of data that is collected for each of those goals, depending on what those goals are. All of our goals, as we go through, we've connected them to our strategic plan. Our strategic plan encompasses 5 separate commitments. They're outlined on the presentation, looking at one-to-one proficiency-based progress, multi-tiered systems of support, social emotional learning, and standards-based grading. Again, those were similar. Those have always been our 5 commitments. We wanted to share these again. We talked a little bit about them in July, but really wanted to re-emphasize that as we look at our district goal and as we look at our building goals, all of them are tied to a component of our strategic plan. Collectively, as an administrative team over the years, we've worked really, really hard to align what we're doing at our building levels to the mission and vision of our district. So you'll hear these goals that are shared out that are linked to one of the commitment areas for our strategic plan. Again, our goal for the year, we will have 1 district goal, and then we will have each building will have an individual building goal. Our district goal is monitored by the Department of Educational Services. When we say monitored, we have, as a team, with our administrative team, drafted and built the survey that is used to collect student feedback. We are the ones that put that out through our learning management system. We gather that data. We work with the NIU Wright Lab. I know that we have used them in the past, and we've mentioned them in the past. It is a research lab at the Northern Illinois University. So when we talk about growth measures and sample size and appropriate growth, we lean on the Wright Lab at NIU to make sure that our survey questions are valid, our data is valid, and they help with some of our next step action plans. The individual building goals are monitored by a school improvement team. So that is overseen by our building administrators and a group of teachers that are put together at that building level to help decide what those data sources are going to be, how they're going to collect that data, and build those action plans. I'm going to kick off the district goal. There's going to be a little bit of movement here throughout this presentation. I don't know if it's easiest to do questions at the end of each building. So we'll start with our district, and then I will turn it over to our high school, our middle schools, and our elementary schools. At any time, if there are questions, please feel free to ask, but do know that that's kind of how we broke down the presentations from a district level, and then we started with our high school and worked our way through our elementaries. Our district goal does center around our strategic plan. It is an all-in Kaneland Connects goal, and you can see it stated there, and we are looking by February of 2024 to grow our level of proficiency in those levels of 3 and 4 to 85% in 4 out of our 5 commitment areas. So what we do for this is we have drafted goal statements for each of our 5 commitment areas and then created a rubric with our team about student understanding of what that commitment is. And it ultimately builds to, when we talk about those levels, if we talk about a 1 in terms of our 1-to-1 goal, a 1 would say that a student understands that there is technology in our buildings, but not really having an understanding of how to apply it to learning. A 2 would be that they can identify those specific types of tools that they use in their classroom. So maybe they're identifying specific apps and they know of them, but they're not really embedding it in their learning. A 3 would be that application of it in their learning. And then a 4 would be further application and how it's going to drive their learning in the future. So a 3 might be, I use a math facts app in class during a breakout time. A 4 would be that the child can state how that practice improves future understanding of multiplication or application of math skills. So it builds from a 1 to a 4. We are really looking to grow our kids' understanding to those levels of 3 and 4 at an 85% or higher. That 85% threshold, that is where our work with NIU has come in, and we identify that level of 85% is the indicator that then has become an embedded practice. So it's not something that we need to make sure we're refreshing every month. It, for lack of better terms, it just becomes something that we do. So that's where we set that 85% benchmark at. This data is collected through a variety of surveys. So for our youngest learners in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade, that is given out in a paper form. There are some visuals that go alongside it, so kids are understanding the language that's used in there, and that language is age appropriate and grade appropriate. For grades 3 through 12, that is done electronically, and it's sent out through our learning management systems to our students. They have about a week to engage with it. We usually try to advertise that with our kids through either win time at our elementaries, through homeroom time, but we work with our buildings to make sure that we do have a dedicated time for our students to engage with these surveys. We collect those, we look for an appropriate sample size, again, working with the Wright Lab at NIU to identify that, and then that's where we set our data thresholds for. You can see those posted here. Historically, we've looked at these. We have not been able to hit our 85% threshold for all of these to show that's an embedded practice. But if you look at that right-hand column, this is the latest data. We collected these in early September and looking at each of our 5 commitments and roughly where we're at. Anywhere from 67% to 79%. So we're right about there. Each month, our administrative team gathers together. We talk specifically about our 5 commitments. We talk about the evidence that we see of teachers using these things in our classes and in our schools. And then we build a series of professional development with our administrators, who then in turn go and use those with their staff to build capacity, to build action plans, to make sure that we are able to increase our students' understanding of each of these 5 commitments. We'll collect this again in the wintertime. That's always a tricky piece when we're talking about school improvement plans. We obviously, the learning doesn't stop in February. The attention to these details do not stop in February. However, with legal timelines, we do need to have a cutoff point in order to collect that data to give summative ratings for the evaluative purposes, for our teacher evaluations by a set time, and that usually falls around the beginning week in February, where we can start to schedule and have those meetings with our teachers.
Mr. Rowley, can I ask you a question about
Yes, sir.
the last slide? So I think sometimes we see numbers and it's hard to know what those numbers actually mean, right? So 85% is our target, but if we're at 68%, what is that distance? What is the necessity to make that growth, to make that jump? Like, what are the steps we got to do to get there?
Sure. So we use the sample size of about 2,000 students, and there's roughly 4,000 across the district. I think actually our sample size was about 2,400. So looking at that, and that is randomly pulled from kindergarten through 12th grade. So when we're talking about a 10%, if I'm looking at our standards-based grading goal and we're looking at roughly a 20% growth there, we might be looking at shifting about 500 students from that self-report on that rubric as a 1 or a 2 to a 3 or a 4. So we're really looking at growing those students that are at a 2, where they have some of that knowledge. That application piece might be that next step. And we're doing that through a variety of different ways. Our standards-based grading goal is specific to understanding the difference between formative assessments and summative assessments, so tests versus practice. So we start to embed that language in all of our practices. We start to title assignments as formative or practice or a summative unit test, whatever that may be. And then we will survey those students again at the end of January, mid-January, to see if that knowledge has grown from the 1 and 2 to a 3 and a 4. So each of those rubrics gives a statement. Can I select the appropriate technology for a lesson? Do I understand how to advocate for my learning needs in a given classroom for MTSS? Am I aware of social emotional resources for me as a student? So we give them a statement and they rate themselves. So every 10% is about 250 kids.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if we're just looking at the data, just looking at the numbers,
Yep.
Is there any explanation for the drop off for fall of 2020? Not the drop off, but the decrease for fall of 2023?
That's a great question. There's probably a variety of different explanations for it. What we typically see is this is done really early in the school year. So we're coming off of summertime where not a lot of these topics are talked about. And there's also additional layers to these 5 areas. And what I mean by that, so for social emotional learning, we are starting to talk about it in that process in our strategic plan of educating our students and our community more. So that might be new information for students that they may not have heard before, where maybe they had this concept of social emotional learning and it sounded different in the fall of 22, and now we're talking about community resources and maybe they haven't heard those words before, so you might see them identify as maybe a 1 or a 2 there. For standards-based grading, more and more students have been exposed to that as we've layered in more courses that are standards aligned. With MTSS, a lot of those structures over the last year and a half have really shifted. So we've shifted some approaches to our interventions, to our co-teaching. So those experiences are looking a little bit different for students. So they may not be as high as they were in the past because we've layered onto them. So it might look or sound a little bit differently.
So would it be better for us to look at fall to February, like the fall 2022, February 2023? Because like you said, those topics are in both of those. So now fall 2023 might look different than what was in fall 2022. And so I'm just asking, I guess, would it be better for us to then more compare our fall 2023 to then what our February 2024 numbers will be? Because those topics, like you said, some things might have changed.
Yep.
There's, okay, because I'm looking at the fall 2022, February 2023, we increased. Obviously, we did things, and then we got better. The only one was the one-on-one, and I don't know if you have an answer for that.
Yes, do.
Okay.
I do. So I think what will be most helpful when we look at this holistically is to look at February of 23 to February of 24.
Okay.
So that we are looking at a group of kids that had essentially 1 year to absorb, learn, make any changes. And that's when we look at that, by February, our students will have engaged at the building with increased learning around these areas. As for one-to-one, so one-to-one focuses on an acronym called the SAMR model of learning. So SAMR stands for substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. And that goal, in the way that it was written, specifically focused on the definitions of those words. So simply put, substituting with technology would be, if I'm using paper flashcards, I find an app on an iPad, that's electronic. So I'm just substituting paper for electronics. All the way up that continuum to redefining would be, how do we use technology to offer new learning experiences or extended learning experiences that we wouldn't have available to us in a classroom without the use of technology? So can we start to not only learn about a science dissection, but start to use augmented reality to start to do some of those dissections ourselves? So it's really redefining what those learning experiences look like. And those augmentations and modifications are just steps up that scale. What we did and why that was at a 41%, we specifically asked students if they were aware of what those terms were, and it wasn't reflective of them learning to use the technology appropriately. So that one-to-one commitment team met last year, looking at that goal and what our beliefs were for our students. We really wanted that focus to be on using technology to increase learning, not necessarily memorizing what those acronyms were for, so what they were for. So we switched that to the focus of, how do I use technology? And that's where we saw that drastic bump from a 40% in February to this year at almost 80%. So it's really focusing on the use of technology, not so much memorizing that acronym.
Thank you.
Our action plans for these commitments, again, we meet often. We meet usually on Wednesdays of each month, and we have a administrative team meeting, our ad team meetings, where we are looking at evidence of these commitments in our schools. We're sharing those out from an EC through 12th grade perspective of what that looks from our earliest learners to our oldest learners. Then we have a separate meeting with our administrators to make sure that we are building specific action plans related to these. So we build common understandings of each commitment. So we look at what the action plans are that are outlined in our strategic plan, and then we take a look from a building perspective. What do our building staff need? What does our building staff need in order to understand the commitment of one-to-one better? And then sticking to that large scope of each commitment, our building principals will then go and design professional learning opportunities for our staff through faculty meetings, through team meetings. They may work with our instructional coaches. We may work through learning walks, but then we're identifying what those action plans look like from a month-to-month basis. We then come back the following month. We have reflections on those, what went well, what didn't, in order to make any adjustments that we may need. A lot of our action plans, I think all 5 of our commitments this year are heavily focused in building the capacity and understanding of our students in our community. So you will see increased articles that are coming out through our KCN network, through our blog that we send out, through our commitment team meeting. We've met once, we meet again in January. That's a robust team of teachers, administrators. We have a high school student, parents, board members, some college and university representatives. So really looking at making sure that we use all of those stakeholders and we start to share some tools, some common language, action plans for sure with our families and our communities on those 5 commitments specifically. Are there any other questions on the district-wide goal?
I don't know if this is necessary, but I'm just curious. Do you have a mechanism similar to you do for the students, for staff and admin? Do you have a mechanism to see 85% of the staff and admin are totally on board with these 5 commitments? Do you have a mechanism that you use for that?
We have not surveyed them.
Okay.
They have been part of those commitment teams, and they're obviously part of those faculty meetings and some of that professional learning that happens. Yep.
I was just curious. Yeah.
We do have, so outside of our commitment teams, as a district professional learning focus over the last, what originally was intended to be 3 years of going back to our last strategic plan of different academies where we have a focus each year. Our latest, what we call Academy 3.0, was focused on 10 tenets of personalized learning, and a lot of those tenets do tie nicely to our commitments. They're not necessarily direct connections, but it is embedded. What is positive and best practice with those 10 tenets of personalized learning are often found embedded in our commitment areas in one way or another. And those are learning opportunities for all of our staff. They do submit evidence. They have a longer timeline, so it's a 2-year implementation of all 10 of those tenets where they do submit a lot of evidence of what's happening in their classroom. Our Ignite conference in November, there's an opportunity to work on those. There's an opportunity to share those with a variety of different administrators and coaches that are well versed in those. So that is an area that we do capture with any needs with our staff to help build that capacity as well.
That's good. I like that.
All right, with that being said, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Horn, who's going to talk about the high school improvement plan.
All right, good evening. So at the high school, the commitment that we are focusing on is MTSS, or multi-tier system of student supports, and how that pertains to what is called Freshman on Track. So let's first begin with why Freshman on Track. What does that mean? So Freshman on Track for graduation is an indicator that is widely used in research community as a predictor of student success. If they can be successful in high school, ultimately they're going to graduate from high school. It's also used by the state of Illinois in calculation of our overall rating for how the high schools are doing. So Freshman on Track is defined by the state as having 5 classes passed throughout the course of a year, and having no more than 1 F in any of the core classes. Core classes being English, or what we call ELA, social sciences, science, and math. And if you think about it from a practical perspective, at our high school, you have 8 periods throughout the course of a day. At the freshman year, we tell you 5 of those classes you have to take. You have to take an English class, you have to take a science class, you have to take a math class, you have to take a social studies class, you also have to take a PE class. Student is required to have a lunch class. That means there are 2 electives for them to engage in. So by the time they're a senior year, that number is completely flipped. There are 2 classes we tell you you have to take, 1 lunch period, which many of our seniors go without because they're so engaged, and then 5 classes they opt to take. The goal is for each student, in the spirit of individual and personalized education, is to have different pathways for those students to be successful. If a student is not successful at the freshman year and they wind up retaking classes, then those are elective classes that they're not taking down the line. If they're not taking those introductory elective classes their sophomore year, or maybe even their junior year, that means they're not getting to those capstone elective classes as a senior. So really, this is opening up doors of opportunity for our students by focusing on this. So what we have when we pull back the books, and this is from our school report card, you can see a decline in our on track for graduation. A few years ago, we were at 94%. The last reported year was just under 86%. When you compare that to that reflects the state average last year of 86%, what's a little bit more concerning is when you look at that 4-year slide, Kaneland, over the course of 4 years, the high school has had an 8 percentage point decline, almost 9 percentage point decline in our freshmen that are on track, compared to the state, even during COVID, has remained flat. So our goal here, it's twofold. Number one, it's to stop that decline, right? But number two, because we're always focused on improvement, is to have an impact on it to have a positive impact on our students on track for graduation. Yes, sir?
Do we have, are we getting into root cause as to why we had an 8.7% decline over the last 4 years?
There are a variety of reasons for it, and I know this probably feels exhausting to hear. COVID is part of that, okay? Because we know that we've had a decline in that. What has been interesting is when you take a look at the graduation rate, we haven't had that significant decline over the course of 4 years like we had with our freshmen on track for graduation.
So the freshman on track is not really, it's really not pointing to how we're going to do as far as graduation rate then.
Correct.
In this
correct.
case.
In this sense.
Okay.
So what's really interesting is what the research will show is that when a system has a low percentage of students on track for graduation, they tend to have a low percentage of students graduating.
Yeah.
So if you look at the state average, you'll see that if you pull up the school report card, it's 86-ish% on track for graduation, 88%-ish graduation rate over the course of 4 years. Kaneland's completely opposite. We have a we have a decline in our freshmen on track, but we have an pretty stable-ish. It's ebbed and flowed percentage point here or there, but not the percentage decline that you're seeing in that. Okay. What I can tell you from this now a little over a year that I've been into this role, it's our robust systems of support, MTSS, that is getting students and keeping them so that they're graduating.
Gotcha.
So in addition to improving the overall experience for our students, want to make sure that the systems that we have are well supported, so that we're not burning the candle at both ends, so to speak. So that way we are using our MTSS program for tier 3 intervention, meaning really honing down to the students that are really at risk. Our tier 2 supports for our kind of more generalized students at risk, because right now it's taking care of everybody, which includes our tier 1, and really scaling that back quite a bit to make sure that we're using that system to provide a better experience for all students, including those who are struggling.
Got it.
Are these numbers any different for special needs, special education students?
Yes, and that is part of it. So there is a gap that you will see.
Okay.
So for example,
what's been happening with that gap?
Yeah, so the gap is reflective of that decline too. So students within special education, you do see a gap also between students from low-income families and non-low-income families, as well as our Hispanic families. So part of this, and when you go into
When you say Hispanic, does that mean your ELL population, or is that just a specific?
When I say Hispanic, it is not. It includes that, but it's not specific to just ELL.
What about your ELL students?
It's a really small subgroup, so I would have to pull that number for you because I don't have that off the top of my head.
Do you have the numbers for special ed?
Fran, do we have the numbers for special ed?
At the high school level.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, I can get that for you. So with the approach to this, breaking it down, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Tier 1, things we're doing for everybody. So making sure that we're being communicative of this, and letting everyone know that this is the approach that we're doing, using homeroom to our advantage. Tier 2 gets down into what was just being asked about how we're tracking our data, making sure that when we have our small groups coming together and that the small group team includes social worker, includes guidance counselor, includes representatives from MTSS department, as well as administration, that they are making sure that we're breaking it up by subgroup and looking at the different needs of the different students, and how we can best support them earlier than we have in the past to catch them early on. And then when you get to tier 3, when students are really in the red there, looking at things such as credit recovery and change of placement within classes.
Dr. Horn?
Yep.
I have a question. So I kind of want to circle back to the data. So you mentioned that when we were asking about that 8.7% decline over the course
Correct.
of 4 years here, you mentioned COVID, but then you also said that the COVID
Has
stayed
flatlined.
relatively flatlined.
Yeah, that's
Is there
correct.
anything in our district that you can identify that stands out that indicates that we did something different during COVID or anything that I mean, why did we perform? Why did we decline while the rest of the state stayed?
I don't know that at this point. What I'm looking to do right now is fix the situation that we have, but I don't know that there's any one unique thing that I can point to and say, Kaneland did this and we didn't do that. What I can say is that at a lot of high schools, indicators such as this are regularly tracked and monitored. So during COVID, when you were making adjustments, AB schedules, bringing students back in, schools that were paying attention to this likely had a less of a decline or no decline at all because this is part of their standard form of operations. But at that point, I'm just speculating. I can't really say for sure.
So on that,
No, go ahead.
on that, Dr. Moore, that average, that's an average though. That's a state average.
That is
you're comparing
correct.
it to? Meaning that we could see fluctuations in, 30 districts over here and 30 districts over here, and it's flatlining, and Kaneland just happens to be an anomaly in this situation, right? And
That is correct. Yep.
So it's possible part of the story as well that perhaps there are things that we did wrong, maybe things we did right, but it's probably hard to make a causation there. I think at best.
Yeah, that is absolutely within the realm of reason, within the mathematical, is certainly a possibility.
Right.
One thing that I will say that we have done right, because while that is an indicator of a decline, what we have done right is supporting students along the way. Because what you don't see is that 8%, we didn't go from 94% graduation rate down to 88% graduation rate, or 87%. So you did not see that type of decline. So it is that continuous approach to supporting students where they are and making sure that they're successful. The goal of this school improvement plan is to make sure that we continue to do that. We ease the burden so that we can provide better services for students who are falling through the cracks, so to speak. But we are also supporting the students and building a strong foundation so that pathways are open for them down the line so that they can get into those capstone classes. For some students, it's going to be advanced placement. For some students, it's going to be Fox Valley. For some students, especially the students that are just up here, it's going to be those higher level art classes. Because the goal of Kaneland High School is to have opportunities for a full, well-rounded education for all students. And the focus of the school improvement plan is to do that by developing a solid foundation of our freshmen.
No, I understand. I'm just, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just wondering if there's any way we can analyze the data and see if a trend comes out, and then we can therefore, attack it. For lack of a better word.
And I would agree with that, Adam. Mr. Gonzalez, sorry. But I would think that that's important information to know, right? I get concerned about when we look at like a big lump number of districts, right? And it's like, oh, well, they're all flatline. It's just us. I wonder if that's true, right? Like, yeah.
Yep, correct.
So, and the idea too is, we made the decisions that we made best for us, for our community at that time. And so now it's like, how do we then take where our students are now and grow from there? So obviously you guys are responding to that. You guys are doing a phenomenal job at that. Is there anything parents can do? Have you seen a drop off in, I see a lot of parents going, like you put freshman parent nights, are you still seeing the numbers of parents coming up to those kind of things? Are they?
Those numbers
engaged?
are up. They're large,
Okay.
very large.
So, okay, because I know we've seen some that has, parents, well, there's not much going on there, so we skip it or whatever. So, but you're seeing those numbers going up, so you're having the parents more engaged too. Okay, that's good.
One of the other big things that changed about 3 years ago is the 5 commitments, right? And standards-based grading.
Was that 5 years ago or 6 years
5
ago?
or 3?
Third year.
2019.
2019.
Is that possible that might be a little bit of an indicator? Not saying it's the wrong thing for us, and I know we're going to talk about that later tonight, but that we had a pretty significant shift, right? In our strategic plan. So that changed about 3 years ago. We started seeing a shift. Obviously, COVID. The rest of something's working within, between freshman and senior year if our graduation rates are staying up.
Correct.
So, I don't know if this is the best indicator for how the district's doing, but from a freshman standpoint, yes, I totally understand where you're coming from. But something's happening within those 4 years to keep our graduation rate at the same time. But is it possible that maybe that shift in our strategic plan also plays a little bit of a part in this on top of the COVID deal that we've all been through.
Yeah, I can't say for sure that it's certainly lots of things could have contributed to it. That could have been the variable that led to it. It couldn't have been. I know that we're going to be looking at some data of what grades look like over the course of time. That is a variable to consider and could be up for discussion.
So when we're looking at the scores, freshman track, obviously they're freshmen. Is there things that you guys are looking at, like for the 8th graders to get them prepared, or educating parents, or like onboarding them to be
correct.
ready for that?
So there has been increased vertical articulation, certainly room for growth, and at the most recent.
Dr. Horn, can you share what vertical articulation is?
Oh, I'm sorry.
In terminology,
they're talking to each other. So freshman math teacher spent last year talking with 8th grade math teachers.
Okay.
Just this year, our freshman English team spent time looking at assessment data, how kids did on writing assessments, and we're making adjustments to the instruction that was happening within the classroom. We took a look at interventions needed at the 8th grade based on some of the performances that were happening at the 9th grade. So one of the things when I transitioned in that we're hearing is that our freshman students were really lacking some pre-algebra skills. And a lot of that had to do with students that were struggling during the pandemic because of remote learning. I had a middle schooler who struggled with math during the pandemic because of remote learning. So that happens to lots of students, right? So looking at ways we're providing interventions to help bolster, not because one level is doing something better or worse than others, it's just where our students are based on the reality of the time.
Thank you.
It almost seems like, and maybe I'm wrong, but part of the story is something's happening at the freshman level, and then your staff, your team, you guys are doing all hands on deck, getting it all out there, and just making sure that those students, those still are successful at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
So
correct.
Like, you're doing this intensive, maybe intrusive kind of work that you're doing at that level. Maybe alleviating some of that might be part of this as well. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. That's correct. That's a good way of saying it.
I mean, we have to keep in mind that our district got hit uniquely from probably other districts in that we were implementing standards-based grading and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of variables that hit us. And
sure.
I'm apprehensive to take the COVID response because we all got hit with COVID, and so I just want to make sure that we're looking at our district outside of that lens and saying, hey, okay, we all got hit with it. We all handled it. Each district handled it in its own way. What are other things that we're doing? And really, I'm looking at it from the perspective of what can we do to help you guys as a board, you know what I mean, succeed. It's what we're not looking to point fingers or blame. We're trying to identify the catalyst and see what we can do to fix that.
And I would reiterate what Dr. Horn said, is that it's very difficult to pinpoint those exact causes. They absolutely could have been contributing causes to anything standards-based grading, the pandemic. Where we have felt the most support from our board in terms of our freshmen on track, when we look at the impact that we have at our younger grades, that has a huge impact on our freshmen. So when we had the support to grow our multi-tiered systems of support at our middle school, that really helped to intervene with those students that may have lacked some of those pre-algebra skills. When we are not necessarily directly COVID related, but around that time, we did see a huge increase in the number of students that were refusing to come to school, that were coming to school with issues of truancy. We saw a huge increase in the number of students that were qualifying for 504 plans, that were externally hospitalized. So they were missing a significant portion of time over the course of those last 3 years. So all of those contribute to that declined factor. And to highlight the work that our staff does at our high school, the state average is about 1%. So I think when we looked at freshmen on track for the state, it's like 85, 86%. The state graduation rate is 87%. While we have declined, and I think we're at 84% right now at Kaneland of freshmen on track, we're at 94% at our graduation rate. So we are exceeding that growth compared to the state. based on all of the support that our board has provided for us. So I think what we try to do is comprehensively look at what could all of those factors be. Is it our grading system? Is it our instruction? Is it the amount of time that our students have missed? Do we need to focus more on supporting our students through their social emotional struggles to make sure they're coming through our doors before we can even impact their learning? So all of those things are things that we are looking at that could have contributed to that decline.
Any other questions? I have one question just on the school improvement process in general. It says the data is collected in January and February, and your goal states that by the end of the first semester, freshmen will be on track. But the definition of freshman on track is that they complete a full year, and that they don't have Fs in either semester. So how would you?
That's done for two reasons. Is grades are reported and finalized at the end of the semester, and part of this goal is that it's part of our evaluation process, which we have to have done by the end of February.
Yes.
So it's important that we have this as our goal and that we are using this to push our staff forward. So the way we're doing this is by the end of that first semester, 5 classes would mean 5 classes. So they would only earn half credits. So for example, English is a full year. For measurement of this, for the purpose of it, would be through the course of that first semester, because they would have earned that half credit in English. Now, in order to earn a full credit of English, you have to pass both first semester and second semester. So you really are off track if you failed that first semester class, because they're semester-long classes.
So wouldn't we want the range of the freshmen on track after the first semester be much closer to 95 or 100, given that they're more likely to get off course in the second semester?
It's a possibility. It's an interesting way of looking at how we had it set up. But we, obviously we're shooting to stop the decline, to have growth. But that is good feedback to have.
I was just saying, because if it's 85 at the end of the first semester, it's going to be much lower, or it can't get any higher at the second semester. So
Yeah, and as far as our own tracking and our own purpose of accountability, there is a student growth piece to this that we have to have for our teacher evaluations, which we have to have done by the end of February. But there's another layer of accountability here, because yes, this is part of the goal. It's part of what we have to do to measure our staff. It's what we have to do to be held accountable to our school board. But we're also held accountable to the state, and the school board is also looking at the state ratings based on the state report card.
Yes.
So while it's not built into that paper that's in front of you, it is built into the work that we're doing, because we are still focused on making sure that we're hitting the benchmarks as laid out by the state of Illinois, which includes that second semester.
No, the state of Illinois benchmarks are based on the iReady testing, correct?
That is a part of it, but for the high school, it's set up a little bit differently. We are looking at graduation rate. We are looking at freshmen on track. We are looking at SAT scores. So for this goal, it is set up specifically for that freshman component.
You will give me the data for special education students?
Yes. Yep. Correct.
And for ELL?
Yes.
I'll send that the weekly update.
Okay. Yeah, nice. Ignite.
Okay, hi, I'm Laura Garland, principal of Ignite Academy. I'm excited to share our very first school improvement goal ever. So we took a little bit of a different approach because we are in our first year of implementation. We chose to pursue a structural achievement goal. Students at Ignite were focusing not only obviously on the academic growth for our students, but also on helping them learn to become, to take more control over their own learning. So to be able to do that, our students need to understand the tools and resources that they have at their disposal and that our teachers are using to engage them in that co-construction of learning process. So our goal is that by the end of February 2024, using that same timeline that allows us to use this for teacher evaluation, we're looking to have 75% or more of our students rating their understanding of the use of a standards-based learning continuum to drive the creation of their own co-constructed learning pathways. And so similar to the district goal that Mr. Raleigh described earlier, we are using a student survey. Our students will then respond to this survey and indicate their level of use or exposure to both the learning continuum that they will use to determine their co-constructed pathways with the teachers, and then how that continuum is being used for their own specific learning pathway. So we're looking for students to not only have engaged in feedback cycles with that learning continuum that's specific to their customized pathway, but also for them to be able to use that then to drive learning in their own ways with teachers. So part of this is teaching students obviously the language of this goal, the tool of the learning continuum itself, what it means to engage in a co-constructed learning feedback with a teacher, and what it means to create a customized path of learning for themselves and in alignment with their own goals that they're setting for themselves. So our goal, again, it's a structural achievement goal, which is typically used when you are implementing a new learning structure, which Ignite is essentially multiple new learning structures. And so we're really focusing on getting those structures solidified for our students so that they can participate in the process, which was the intent of Ignite. In the first year, we are looking for 75% of our students. As you did hear earlier, 85% is what we use as that bar for consideration of this is just an implemented practice moving forward. In year 2, we want to be at that 85% point, but for this first year, we're looking at 75%. And again, I've talked through a few of these points, but the intent of Ignite is for students to take more ownership of helping to develop their own learning alongside their teachers. To be able to do that, they need to understand the tools and resources at their disposal to be able to do that. We also know that we don't have any students who have engaged in a pure personalized learning type of structure or environment before. So this is all new for them. They are not entering Ignite familiar with co-creating their own customized learning pathways. They have varying degrees of experience with learning continuums. And in terms of helping to facilitate a co-constructed feedback conference, most of them have experiences of engaging in conferencing alongside their teacher, but leading and contributing to that conference in a deeper way is something that we're teaching them how to do that, and it's embedded within this goal. So again, we're looking to support not just their academic growth, that's sort of obviously our goal, but also growth and understanding of taking a deeper role in that learning process. Some of the action steps to help that along the way, obviously we had to develop these continuums for students to be using. We have them developed in both ELA and math. They are electronic continuums that allow them to be updated in real time. So students, staff, and parents will know in real time at all points, anytime they want to pull up that continuum, what standards have been started, which are in progress, which have already met proficiency in. That will be available to everybody at any time. Our Ignite staff did engage in summer curricular work to develop these continuums and to talk about how to integrate different standards together, how to create some of those co-constructed pathways. So a lot of professional learning for the staff. As well as on training them on the use of this electronic continuum. We have some instructional coaches that have been integral in helping us get that up and running, and we are just now at the point of putting those into implementation. Up until this point of the year, teachers have been choosing those learning standards, and we're now starting to embed those continuums in a way that brings students into that process. And so that should actually say post-assessment data through the use of a Google form. We're not collecting pre-assessment data for this goal. We're simply looking to achieve that 75% by the end of the year because we already know students coming in at the beginning of the year had not had exposure to any of these tools. So there was no expectation that they had any knowledge. We were starting from ground zero with that. So part of that is training students and families on these electronic learning continuums, and that we're just in the process of starting to utilize those. And so all of that training is taking place now. And then beyond that training, having them implemented in their daily practice. So again, our goal is going to be a little bit different than the others that you hear tonight, in that it's really looking at growing students' understanding and use of structures to support their own learning versus a particular academic achievement that we're looking for at this point within Ignite.
I'm just impressed by these questions because you have a variety of grades, you know,
Yep,
so they
third through
understand, so
eighth,
they're
yep.
all like, you've used the words continuum over and over
Mhm.
again. So I'm assuming the verbiage here, everything is something.
Yep.
So when they read that, when we have like a fourth grader reading, I'm thinking of
Yep,
read
yep.
that question, like they're not going to pick a 3 or 4 because it might be over their head. But obviously these are terms that you're using every day.
Yep, every single day. And we've even talked about like even sort of the discussion of proficiency table language and not changing that to a student-friendly version of that, but really taking the stance of let's teach them what that language means. Let's use the actual words. Let's make that common practice for them. And it really does just sort of elevate that experience of having them sit next to the teacher and we're using the same language and everybody knows what that means. So yes, absolutely, this goal is heavy in vocabulary initially. Okay, I believe that Mr. Faulkner is next up for Harder.
How's everyone doing? Thanks for having us. Thanks for hanging in there. Let's talk Harder Middle School, the best and the greatest, right? All right, so we had, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but we had a lot of conversation last year about students advocating for themselves. And obviously that's a huge goal in our 5 commitments or within our strategic plan. And so it really came down to, we felt like we needed to get back to the learner profile. And I'll get to the why in a second, but so our school improvement goal is based on our learner profile and students understanding what is in it, how it helps them as learners, and how it can help them not just at Harder and not just at, you know, when they go to Kaneland High School, but beyond the walls of Kaneland, right? Because we feel like this is a life skill. So we've already collected the baseline data. We'll do another check-in in December, and then we'll do our final check-in in February. So again, like kind of getting back to our rationale is that last year, I'm going to kind of jump all over the place with these slides, and I apologize. But last year, we created a student ambassador group. And this student ambassador group, its original purpose was to help us train and teach kids how to fill out their learner profile, how to use their learner profile. And so we have over 50 homerooms. We had one student from every homeroom that we brought in and we trained. And we said, here's the night site, here's your learner profile. So when we start working on this in homeroom or in classes, we're going to depend on you to help some of your peers. And so they did. They did an awesome job. But almost like informally, when we had one of our meetings, I would say February, Marchish, we had another meeting. They started talking to us about the students don't understand this that much. The students are seeing the big picture to this. And as a building leadership team and then as a school improvement team, we started having discussions about this. We started having discussions because advocacy skills are something that we feel is a lifelong learning opportunity for all of our students. How do we do this? How do we help our students when it comes to this? And we just kept coming back to the night site. And our night site is our learner profile. We just name it now the night site. And it allows them to reflect on themselves as learners, how they can take these learning styles and these learning needs and advocate for themselves within every subject. It doesn't matter what subject they're walking into. We want them to be able to advocate for themselves and their learning needs and their learning style. So again, this goal directly ties into our strategic plan. So what are we going to do? Over the years, our learner profile has become more of a, oh, that's just what we do at student-led conferences. And we realize that if we're going to help our students advocate for themselves, this has to be embedded somehow throughout their daily lives here at Harder. And so rather than just saying, hey, we got student-led conferences, we also have the spring showcase in March where we have our students talk to their parents about their night site and their learner profile, along with all of these other awesome things that they're doing and learning and creating and showing at this showcase. How do we embed this a little bit more and teach them that how important this is, not again, only for school, but for life, because really what we're trying to teach them is to be metacognitive. And if they are metacognitive, they understand how they learn best. They know what to do if they're not, if something is presented to them and they don't fully understand it, they will figure out how to understand that because they have taken time to become metacognitive by learning who they are as learners. So rather than just focusing on these two big formal events of here's your night sight, here's how you advocate for yourself, here's who I am as a learner, we have decided that after every unit, after every reported standard, there's a summative that our students are going to go in and reflect. And they're going to see, is there anything that they did during that learning process of all of these ICANN statements that they showed proficiency with that help them better understand who they are as a learner. And on top of that, the best part is that they have evidence of learning now that they can continue to showcase. So it's not just like a student-led conference or a March showcase event anymore. It is happening hopefully every day within our building. We also have homeroom, right? And we have it built in that monthly kids are looking at their night sight, updating their night sight, because kids change a whole lot in middle school. It is awesome to watch them from 6th grade, and then when they're in 8th grade and they go into high school, like the change and the maturation that happens socially, emotionally, academically is really awesome. And they do change. They do figure out some things about themselves. And the best part is that our learner profile is not just about academics. It's about them as a person. It's about social and emotional well-being. How do you advocate for yourself if you do need to talk to someone? So we were just in homerooms the other week talking to kids about, here are all the different supports. How does that help you? How can you take what you have in your night sight and apply that to what we have here at Harder to support you academically, but socially and emotionally? So we are creating another student ambassador group again this year. I think what we learned from last year is, yeah, that's awesome that you can help your peers. But I think it's also a great avenue for us to get feedback from our students. Because again, we're going to have over 50 kids that are student ambassadors from all of our different homerooms. That's a pretty cool voice to have. So in a nutshell, there is Harder's school improvement plan. I'm happy to ask or answer any questions.
Do you guys have a strategy in place for identifying those students that may be apprehensive in advocating, or maybe, you know, shy or afraid? Are you able to identify them and work with them to? We do. So on our KAL screen, so that is like a screen of apps for kids. We have a request to see MTSS app, so you can do that discreetly without anyone knowing. We also have a request to see student services. So that way, if you wanted to talk to a counselor or social worker or anyone, we can do that privately and discreetly. And so then the appropriate people will get the email, and then we'll figure out when is a good time to reach out to this student, call them down, work with that student. So yeah, we do have a pretty good avenue. The kids use it a lot, and we're also using that as data to track like how many students are advocating for themselves. Sure. You know, are they asking the MTSS teachers, hey, I didn't get this math lesson or this English lesson, can I have help? And so it's a great source for us to track if they need help academically, socially, and emotionally, because we have that app that they're using.
So for the goal, how is it going to be measured and communicated come February?
You bet. So I probably should have put that in there. That's on me, my bad. So we have a rubric, and it's levels 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 is pretty basic. It's, yep, I know what my night sight, what my learner profile is. I can't really tell you much about it. And then all the way to level 3, it's, yeah, I know my learner profile, my night sight. I not only know what's in it, but I know how to use what's in it and advocate for myself. So if it's I like quiet spaces and we open up the library, which we do often for kids, when it comes time to do maybe a summative or even just a project that, you know, they're working on independently, they have that option. But obviously we're asking our kids to advocate for themselves and talk to their teachers about that. So level 1, very basic, all the way to level 3. Yep, you know it and you know how to advocate and you have advocated for yourself.
Okay, so there'll be a survey that comes out sometime in February, and then.
So we don't survey. We decided to do something we did years ago and talk to kids. So our school improvement team is about 12 people, and what we do is we divide ourselves up, and we all take a grade level. You know, 2 or 3 of us take a grade level, and we go into either study halls or homerooms, and we sit down with kids and have one-on-one conversations. It's pretty awesome to do that way because we feel like we're making a connection. We can talk to them a little bit about it, even though we're data collecting after I'm done taking the data. I love just like asking the kids a question like, would you ever feel comfortable telling your teacher this is how you learn best? And so it's allowing us to have some communication avenues that I think are really important for our middle school kids.
Okay.
So you have the professionals evaluating the one, or not the professional, well, the professionals, yes, the teachers. Because, yeah, I feel like with the survey, you could say, hey, do you know how to do a brake job on a, 2014 Tacoma? And I could say, yeah, even though I have no idea, right?
Yeah.
I mean, with the survey, you can say 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Whereas you have people that are actually evaluating, and they can say, hey, this kid knows it. He knows his learner profile. He's been able to implement it. So it's more reliable data.
Yeah, and we even have like a little, even though we're checking like 1, 2, or 3, we have like a little notes section in case kids are saying stuff and we find commonalities of, hey, this might be an issue, or hey, this is a positive. We should celebrate this with the staff and students.
Right.
But just having that connection is so important in the middle school. We wanted to make it very personalized, and we wanted to talk to kids directly. When we did that years ago, we just saw so many benefits to it, and especially some of us, like MTSS teachers or me as a principal, like I don't have a class of kids every day. I don't see 120 kids every day. It allows me to build some relationships with the kids too. So selfishly, I love doing it this way.
Mr. Faulkner, tell me about the process for getting or like selecting the ambassadors. So how do you get the 50 kids?
So last year we just did a nomination from the homeroom teacher.
Okay.
And so that we're going to do it the same way.
Okay.
In a middle school, it gets crazy if we have them peer.
No, yeah.
Like, so, hey, nominate a peer.
Yeah.
They're writing speeches and they want,
Right.
it's like, oh, hey, it's all right. No, so we have homeroom teachers.
Okay.
Nominate.
The reason I ask is because are you getting a good kind of spectrum of kids then? Like
We're trying.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
I
always.
figured, but-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good wide variety of students.
Good. Yeah.
So do you think for this goal this year and kind of how you're going to go about it and how you're going to evaluate it, this will actually start driving back into, freshmen on track, coming into the next couple of years, or maybe potentially even seeing next year, depending on how the 8th grade team does or the 8th grade class does with their increasing their proficiency with their learner profile.
Yes. And that's the hope because,
Yeah.
again, it's building metacognition, which then can be applied to any class. So if we're talking English in high school, we're talking math, hopefully that they have built the skills necessary for them to say, hey, I don't get this. A lot of kids, especially in middle school, are scared to death to say, I don't get this.
Oh, I'm still scared to death to say, I don't get this. You don't want to not know. You don't want to look stupid. And that goes on to adulthood. So, I mean, I think especially at this fragile age between 6th to 8th grade, pushing this and really getting them to understand how do they learn best. I mean, I have to write everything down.
Yeah.
I read it and I write the same thing over and over because that's how I'm able to memorize things and it's able to retain it.
Yeah.
I had to figure that out over years or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, like giving that confidence of being able to raise their hand or having the technology now to be able to say, okay, discreetly, I'm not understanding, not walking to the front of the class and feeling.
I don't get it,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. So
Yeah, that happened.
no, that's very cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
And you're having formal transitioning for special ed students between Harder and Kaneland?
In the high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we totally do. And just as we do with 5th grade coming into 6th grade as well.
Okay. No, I applaud you for doing this. I mean, my personal opinion is that I see value in this as they transition onto high school, being able to identify the ability to identify what they don't know.
Yeah.
That came out weird, but so no, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Definitely.
I was going to say the same thing, yeah. Just because in high school they are now having to make their own decisions, they are having to figure out, and even what's college look like, or what am I going to do afterwards? And so it's so intense for them. So to have this foundation, even at 6th grade, like you're planting the seeds, and then having you guys come alongside, so then they get to high school, they know their teachers there too are going to do the same thing for them. So yeah, so thank you for being aware of that, and like you said, hearing the voice of the students, and again, it's Dr. Horn, you talked about that too, responding to what our kids need. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha Versa. I'm the principal at John Stewart.
I'm Kara Selden, assistant principal.
And so what we're going to be doing is talking about advocating can be kind of scary. I think writing can kind of be a little scary as well. And we'll go why we did this, but our data had trended over the last few years as writing being a big area for improvement and growth. So we thought now is the perfect opportunity to all do it. And that's why I have Kara up here too, is because it really truly is a team effort at our building, that we need the teachers, the students, and the community and the parents that are helping our students at home. So by February 2024, and looking at past data, students in grades 1st through 5th achieving in the on or above level will increase by 25% in the area of writing development and narrative writing pieces. This is based on a pre-assessment that we have a rubric from our units of study curriculum and our proficiency tables that mirror that rubric and that curriculum. In September, we will have data also taken in October, November, and then we'll check our goals, see how we're doing, make any adjustments there as needed, extra supports, what were we missing, on supporting our students. And then February, they'll be assessed again. So we're seeing a 25% growth because that's been our typical average, is about a 25% growth, but that's typically done at the end of the year. So we're being aggressive in our goal by saying 25% because we are putting such emphasis and target on writing and writing development in our narrative pieces. So they still will be assessed at the end of the year. And so hopefully we exceed even more, because our past data has shown that our students do struggle to be above grade level, that they're just barely making it. And we have the data from past around 20 to 40% are just on grade level. So it is a pretty big goal that we are trying to attain together. Oops. All right, so some of those, like I said, why did we leave out kindergarten, you may ask? Well, kindergarten comes in as non-writers, so coming in like at 0% really for their pre, and they typically on average grow by 75% to writers. So we didn't want that to skew our data across the other trends we were seeing with that around that 20-ish% growth in 1st through 5th. So we just took them out. They're still participating and doing all of the writing curriculum and just building that base foundation to be a good writer. Like I said, our main area for growth will be in that area of development. We have specific rubrics and targets for that. But conventions was also an area for growth, which we had an idea. We got more bang for our buck by focusing on a development of a story, a writing story, but conventions are also important. So we'll show in our action steps how we're going to be addressing the conventions portion. We have a lot of professional development that started already, thanks to our amazing instructional coaches that we have, our MTSS teachers. They all come together to support the classroom teachers in the development of the writing curriculum and really understanding it, as well as just how do we teach in those non-core content areas of writing? How are those teachers supporting this goal as well? And personalized learning, giving students the choice, opportunities to really go about their writing and be confident in it.
So our actions plans are up here, but basically to summarize, we're working collaboratively and collectively as a staff to deepen our instructional practices and strategies in writing, as well as collecting additional data points strategically and using that data to drive our instruction. Some of the action steps on here that I think need a little more explanation are our writing lab site visits. This will be our second consecutive year at the elementary school level that we are having lab sites. This year, in conjunction with our writing consultant, we are conducting writing audits. A writing audit is getting into the classroom and using a rubric that's based on best practices in writing to see where we're at now, and we'll do that at multiple points in the year. After we conduct our writing audits, we will work to select teachers that are our lab site teachers. Those lab site teachers open their classrooms to other teachers in the district to come see all of the things that they're doing. Those visits usually are focused on one small component in writing and the best practice of it. And then there's opportunities for those teachers after they visit the lab site to have to debrief with all the teachers that observed, as well as the teacher that was opening her classroom. Another thing to highlight that may need more explanation is Word Wednesday. This is a collective effort as a whole school to build the foundation of the content area, words,
vocabulary,
yes, that we are using, and it builds on from year to year, as well as focusing on that growth mindset and words like perseverance. So just building that vocabulary and hearing it in all settings in the school. And then another thing, we're just increasing the opportunities for our teachers to talk about writing, to look at student writing together, to game plan what is some next steps. Here's some writing exemplars. Where do our students measure?
More of a comment. I think it's great that you're doing an interdisciplinary kind of incorporation of it. So you're bringing writing into science and social studies. I think that's really great. So
And actually, if you see on there, the fun collaborative writing grade level piece, that came from a STEM teacher in 4th and 5th grade that did it with his class and just really trying to get them to add details to writing. And we even talked about it with exploratories, like conventions and little reflections that they may already do. Okay, like just have a focus, what you're going to look for, as well as the content that comes with it. And we just talked about even just if a student you're talking to socially, have them develop that conversation with details and adding to it, because then that will help in the narrative writing piece. And we are being cognizant of the professional development that we provide, that classroom teachers are going to need something a little different than related service exploratory, as well as some other teachers. So we try to be very specific on how everyone, my newsletter will be coming out at the end of this week with other tips that parents can do at home and how they can start supporting this goal as well.
I appreciate it too, because with social media, our conversations have gone to only a few words, versus I even myself, I find myself writing a professional email and I'm skipping words because it's in text. We don't do that. We've been, brainwashed, but kind of in that sense of we just condense everything. And the fact that you guys are telling these kids and their parents, we need to bring those words back. We need to have those conversations, more details and stuff like that. So.
Even in technology, our technology teachers like, craft moves. So that's like if I change the font and put bold letters in there and like looks like that, yes, like dialogue and everything like that in emails. So I love to see their excitement too, because at first when people saw this, they're like, oh my gosh, our data, it's not very good. So we just need to, help it. And so all together, it's that SEL of like even growth mindset for teachers and staff and all of us, like we can do this together and continue to support writing.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Well, a lot of this is similar to what she said. You're also focusing on writing. But ours is by February that 60% of our students in grades 1 through 5 will achieve the on or above grade level in the development portion of that narrative rubric. We just finished our pre-assessment. Our data is coming in at 17%. I just shared that with the faculty, and their faces are like, oh my gosh, I think got this. It's gonna be great, guys. Some of the students even started writing a narrative and then went into and my dog is brown and he's a collie, and then we went right into informational. And so the more we instruct them on this, the scores are gonna be great. And then we will do our post-assessment in February. Our rationale is similar to what Mrs. Aversa said. Our writing scores have consistently been an area of improvement. We write less, just collectively as a society, we write less. And data indicated that the area of development was really our area for growth. Last year, when we really dove into our narrative data, we ended the year with 67% of our students being on or above grade level for that structure portion. And so we felt like we're still going to address that structure portion this year with our instruction, but really wanted to dive in on that development portion. And conventions is also an area of growth. The students can tell you that an I by itself should be capitalized, But that's not always the case. And when you are texting or you're typing on the computer or any of that, it just automatically changes for you. So they can tell you those things, but sometimes it's being done for them. And so really trying to put those things into practice as well. Conferencing with students is not something new for us to do, but really focusing in on providing that feedback within the narrative is different for us. And so we've been working with our fabulous instructional coaches on putting some PD plans in place to really dive in on what providing a quality student conference looks like, but within that narrative piece. And then again, conferencing with students, but putting an increased focus on their goal setting within our proficiency-based progress tables that align with our units of study. Up in our building already, we have exemplar reels, which starts with a kindergarten exemplar piece of writing all the way up to 6th grade with, so those are hanging around our building. So our teachers, you'll see kids out sitting with them in the hallway, and they're going through what's it look like to be an exemplar writer in kindergarten and 1st grade. And so those models are up. You'll see kids go out and look at them on their own, not necessarily with a teacher, but just to give them, an example of what that looks like. We worked with Fran on making sure that we ordered our up the ladder kits. Those are kits that go along with the units of study curriculum, and they're really meant for addressing our struggling writers, so our ones that are special education students. Writing is difficult to teach, and kids are coming in at all different levels with, even their exposure to vocabulary can affect their ability to write. They can say the dog ran and somebody else might say the brown dog sprinted. Just that difference right there shows where our students are coming in at. And so using that up the ladder kit, our special education teachers are also working alongside our MTSS staff, along with the classroom teachers, so that we really are meeting the students where they are at to move them forward within the narrative writing piece. We supplied our teachers with writing supplies that were supposed to bring to life the writing process within the classroom. So allowing kids to have their own staplers. As crazy as that sounds, like it's a stapler, you let a 1st grader get to staple their own papers, you'd like change their day, right? Using colored pens and just different things to show them that editing process and really dive into it and make it a fun experience for them. Our 4-5 KPAS teachers doing science and social studies, that is already in action. Today I was doing a learning walk, and they were they were taking an animal and from their perspective creating a story on their life in an ecosystem. So they're already trying to bring that to life in science and social studies. We also worked with our exploratory teachers. They have various times in the week open blocks that just because of scheduling there isn't a class during that time. So they also have been trained by our instructional coaches on how to provide those writing conferences. And so each one of our exploratory teachers is matched with a grade level. So during the course of the week, the exploratory teacher will go support the grade level during writing to help with those writing conferences so that they're getting more feedback from all across the building. So it really is an all hands on deck for that approach. And then again, with those lab site visits that Ms. Aversa had talked about, but really, the greatest PD that we can give any of our teachers is right within the walls of Kaneland. We have phenomenal teachers here that we can grow and learn from each other. We don't necessarily always have to go outside to find great PD. We have it here. And so let's utilize the fabulous staff that we have to grow ourselves.
Good evening. I'm Marty McCoy. I'm the principal at John Shields. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you about our school improvement plan. Our school improvement team consists of about 12 people representing different grade levels. We analyzed the data at our school and looked at, unlike my colleagues, we're going to look at reading at John Shields. We're going to monitor the growth of students reading based on a test called Rigby. And what we do is Rigby, you might have even heard that word before, students every spring and every fall, or every fall and every spring. And that Rigby assessment helps us understand what students' abilities are at their accuracy of reading, so like decoding words, their fluency of reading, what is their prosody of speech, are they reading about the story or the text in the same way that they might talk, and then their comprehension. So are they able to answer comprehension questions that are in the text? Are they able to answer comprehension questions that require some inferential thinking and piecing together schema to make a deep level of comprehension? And what we noticed when we were looking at our data is that our students didn't make the expected growth that we wanted as the rigor increased throughout the school year. So what our goal is focusing on is not only increasing our benchmark, but pulling along students so that they're not staying at a stagnant level or not making the expected growth that we would hope to for them to make. So we're planning on doing that through running records. We have different kinds of checks that we're looking at the data that all the students are making, and then coming together as a collective team, including classroom teachers, MTSS teachers, and instructional coaches, to analyze that information and then look at the complexities of reading and create sort of like mini goals for those students based on that. When our school improvement team was looking at the data, one of the first things typically we all do is look at like subgroups of areas, like are the boys or girls reading differently? Is this subgroup doing something differently? And oddly, that didn't just pop out. That's one of the first times in my career that that's happened. So that's where we're kind of taking this approach to say, let's look at improving our students for reading. And as we're doing that, our group collectively is taking inquiry approach and really kind of trying to deeper analyze what students are doing and then create goals to increase their abilities to read. We were able to recently implement a midterm check-in, and we have already seen an outstanding, I'm not even going to say it. Just know that it's good news, but I'd hate to kind of put that in the universe, you know, because that's my life. Like our colleagues, our goal is collected and finalized in February based on our professional growth plans. However, we anticipate this goal to be a multi-year goal, with that February benchmark being a benchmark. Mrs. Salto is going to talk. I didn't do a good job clicking. Anyway, we're going to talk more about our action.
As I mentioned last time with John Stewart, this is also an all hands on deck approach to our goal. Something that I'm excited about is actually that, well, all of this, but especially that first, our first action plan item up there. One of the best parts of my job is that I get to go into every classroom and see what reading instruction looks like in every single room. As a staff, we decided to collectively open our doors and allow all of our teachers to see what reading instruction looks like in other classrooms. You know, teaching can be, it can be hard to want to have people to come into your room and to share feedback or to receive feedback. So we're really excited that our staff is on board to do that. We have a couple times scheduled during the year that we will do that. They'll be going in grade level teams, like our second grade teachers may go visit fourth grade or second grade. And then there'll also be opportunities where it's vertical teams. So maybe a kindergarten, second grade, third grade teacher going together just to have a different perspective of what they're seeing. We also have, as Mrs. McCoy talked about, increased data points, which we are celebrating already. And then the bottom is our KDAB, Kaneland Data Analysis Splits. That's when our grade level teams in collaboration with our MTSS teachers and all of our other support staff really look at data even further for that grade level or even subgroups of students and further make plans to further support our goal.
And I'm assuming the reading is integrated across genres, like in conjunction with, okay, for example, science. Your life science is heavily, your biology, heavily vocabulary driven. And decoding is a real important skill in any sort of life science. So you're doing that in conjunction with math and reading and math, reading and science, reading and social studies.
Yes,
correct?
Reading as a component in our settings. Okay. As teachers were establishing their professional growth plans that were related to our school improvement plan, one of the tasks that they did was think like, what's my role in the school setting and helping move our students to meeting this goal that we've set. So as you know, we have some teachers who teach but they teach STEM. So their primary goal is to teach students science and math. And so they were excellent at coming up with ways of like, well, I do a lot of informational reading, and what's the proficiency table that's aligned to that in the reading genre, and how can I support students' acquisition of reading in my content area? So yes.
And your special education students as a whole, in aggregate, how were they reading? What you use Rigby, Gates McGinty?
We use Rigby
Rigby.
as our benchmark assessment for the district. And if they're a student who's entitled for reading services through special education, they have IEP goals that are helping them to make progress in those identified areas.
You're following the accommodations, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Any other questions or compliments?
So I will give you a compliment because we did it with you guys too. I like the idea you guys are pushing against what the norm is right now. Our kids are using social media. They think everything should be small, short, quick, sentences. So forcing them to read and sit down and not forcing them, but encouraging them, encouraging them to sit down and go, okay, it's more than 30 seconds, to actually sit there and read and have more words, which is going to come into the narrative part. And so it makes connections. So even though you're doing different at your school compared to the other, it is the connection, and it's pushing back against what our social norm is right now. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
To reiterate the same thing. I think it's great that we're building a culture of reading, and I think that's a huge part of moving forward. So that's great.
So as a plug for that, we have a spooky reading night on October 26th. Everybody's welcome. It's at John Shields. Trying to create that community of readers.
That's awesome.
All right, thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Brian Zerfus. I'm the principal at McDowell Elementary School. Similar to two of my other colleagues, our building SIP goal has honed in on writing. It's a process like as all of our other buildings started in May and carried on through the summer and into the start of this year with our SIP teams. And part of that process took a deep dive at all of our buildings' data and really looked at what is that data telling us. And we looked at several different factors, and I think there are several things that kind of bubble to the surface, but if you look at the long trend of writing at McDowell and at many of our buildings, writing is an area that continues to kind of bubble up. So as part of that, in looking at this specific SIP goal for McDowell specifically, we're really honing in on that narrative writing piece and specifically the development portion of it. And with that, we're seeking to increase 35% in the development portion of the narrative rubric in grades 1st through 5th grade. And one of the ways this is written, especially within the way in which we identify proficiency within the goal, is the way in which each grade level has a stake in this. So if you look at our indicators for proficiency, we're looking at least 3 to 4 grade levels are meeting that. So it puts the onus on each grade level team. And as I'll share in a little bit about some of the action steps that we've taken so far, it really does put that team element into focus as each grade level, while they are focusing on writing, what we're doing in 1st grade could very much vary vastly from what's happening in 5th grade. So that kind of connection that you see with the teams and how they're developing at their specific age ranges has been something really powerful to see thus far. So we're using the same writing assessment piece that Blackberry and Stewart's utilizing, which is that district norm piece. And really and truly with the rationale, we see a need with our data to enhance what we're doing within writing, but even more so we see a need, and we're getting a lot of teacher feedback as well, to build that capacity. How can we build the capacity of our staff to support our writers? And that's a key piece of emphasis through this, as well, yes, we want to see our students excel, but to do that, that has to coincide with what we're doing with teachers. And as we have those conversations on where we want to grow and where we want to learn, that's something as our SIP team continue to have those conversations, really bubble to the surface of how can we support them. So as you take a look at the various action plans here, and there are some very similar pieces to what my other colleagues have shared, a lot of this is focused on building the capacity of teachers to also support our students. and for our students to have a voice in that process. And some of the things that have already started taking place is with our specific KDAC process. We have our KDAC kick-us last week, and teams continue to hone in on what's taking place and where we're taking things with writing. You'll notice throughout the building we have exemplar reels and some various writing pieces posted throughout the building as students are able to push out, look at those, and have conversations with peers about what they're seeing. And that also feeds into what they're doing with that individual conferencing with teachers. And another element that's not captured necessarily here is the emphasis that we've put on writing as a building. Yes, it's our SIP goal, but if you look at the schedule, we have 60 minutes of uninterrupted writing time. It's not something blocked off into chunks. It's something that as a building we've prioritized as a long stamina building block to support that continuous writing. And while other subjects might get broken up due to the various parts of an elementary school day, we've really tried to protect that time as much as possible to help build that stamina and that emphasis of writing. And that's not to diminish anything else that's happening in any of our other content areas, as much as the importance to continue to drive forward on what that data is telling us. As the year goes on, while yes, this is a goal that we do have to collect that final data on in February, as Mrs. McCoy pointed out, this is a long-term piece. This is something that's going to feed and support our staff, not only through this year, but in years to come as we continue to look to increase that writing. Our pre-data showed scores of anywhere from 24 to 31% on level at our initial baseline data for the year. That we're looking to continue to increase that, as I said, by 35%, but that's not just now, that's also an increase that we're looking to see as time passes as well. So overall, that's our McDole plan. Are there any questions that I can answer?
I would reiterate some of the same things I've already said. I think it's great that you're incorporating it in interdisciplinary, so in STEM. I think it's great that you're creating, this across the curriculum. I like how you mentioned the building the capacity of the staff. I think that's a huge piece of this, right? So, because we're asking staff to do things that maybe they didn't originally sign up for, right? We're asking art teachers and STEM teachers to do some writing, which is maybe not in their natural wheelhouse, but all very capable of doing, I'm sure, right? Yeah, so.
They're more than capable of doing that.
Yeah.
And I think more than anything, when we look through the data, especially as a SIP team, that's where we gravitated to as a building of this is where we want to continue to grow to support our students. And I think not just myself, but all of our buildings are blessed with phenomenal staffs that want to drive forward and support our students. So I echo that as well.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Any other questions? Awesome. I will hand it off to our final presenter.
And I'm going to start with you guys. I made certain steps. My youngest daughter has Down syndrome. She's never gone breaking up the bedtime routine. She has learned to do verbal text to me to let me know where are you. You're important to me. I want you to know that. By the way, President Gonzalez, you can write anything you want on the survey, but if you're going to do a great job on 24 Tacoma, Fox Valley is the state of Missouri. It's the show me state.
You promise.
All right, we want to see it. So Rick Burchell, Fox Valley Career Center, and we're not one of your schools, but we do have more than 200 of your high school students who attend, and we are grateful for that. Thank you very much for sharing them with us. We don't have your strategic plan. We have a totally separate strategic plan, and ours is developed. We do local needs assessments all the time. We talk to our business partners. Every one of our programs has an advisory team, and we work with them. We work with Wabansie Community College, with Elgin Community College, with Kiswaukee Community College. We have programs with all of those. And then also with business owners and our students and people in the community. And so it's a multifaceted plan. But one of the things that has been very clear to us in the last few years is that our long-term goal is for every one of our students who are with us for 2 years to get out and spend time doing a meaningful work-based learning job experience, whether that's a job shadow, internship, apprenticeship, sometimes leading to employment, but we really want them to spend time doing that. And so work-based learning is one of the goals of the state in career and tech education. And for us, the definition is pretty generous. So it includes job fairs and guest speakers and field trips and lots of things, all of which are worthwhile. And I can give you a report. We do
dozens and dozens of all of those every year. But for us, one of the things that we want to do is to make sure that we're growing towards that 100% over 2 years. And so this year, as a staff, we talked about the fact that at least 10% of our students are going to do what we would consider a meaningful work-based learning experience, which is a true job shadow, an internship, or an apprenticeship. And so it's kind of a two-tiered goal. Yes, 50% of our kids are going to do at least a work-based experience based on the state definition, and then we have a more specific definition, which is we want to get them out to do that. How does that take place? Well, all of our advisory teams, we not only ask them to give us feedback on what we're teaching and what our students are learning, what are the industry standards, and then would you be willing to take somebody? Would you be willing to have some students come out? And sometimes it's not even anything that's really difficult. After school today, I drove to Route 64 in St. Charles and stopped at all of the auto dealers and talked to the service managers and just introduced myself and gave them a business card and talked about our programs and said, would you be willing to have 17 and 18-year-olds come out and spend time and do that? And they're, of course, going to talk to their legal people and do all of that stuff, but they all need mechanics, and I'm pretty certain they're going to come back and let some of our kids do that. So, and again, so last night, my assistant director, Mrs. Martin, was at Wabansie for the HVAC advisory meeting and got to meet a lot of those folks, the instructor, and we do those same conversations. How can we get the students meaningfully involved and make this something that's real worthwhile for them? And so a number of different goals. In terms of a specific goal, every one of our programs has a specific learning goal, but those are always based on industry standards or certification standards. And so that's, increasing the number of students that may earn ASE certification in auto, or getting more students to pass the cybersecurity, the CompTIA exam. So those are specific. This is our building level goal. Couple of just quick things I wanted to offer you. We have had a number of our partners long-term, and one of those partners, and on the surface this is going to seem perhaps not so significant, but there is a Fox Valley Model A club. So if you're familiar with the Model A back from the 20s, pretty significant development in the auto industry. Very dedicated club, and they've been coming and bringing their cars out to us for 30 years. And they drive them out. We appreciate that. And they sit and let the students sit in them and talk to them about how they maintain them. People who are involved in this often have lots of other important jobs. And so these people often offer our students, it's really, we talk to our students, it's kind of like a job interview, gives you a chance to do that. Well, Friday, the Model A Club is coming out for the 30th straight year. The gentleman who organized that for us, Mr. Stevenson, this next couple of weeks we'll be celebrating his 100th birthday. And he is coming out. We have a large sheet cake. We're celebrating his birthday. He doesn't know that, so let's not be telling this, all right? But if you are around at all and want to stop by the auto shop and see some cool old cars and have a piece of cake, you're welcome on Friday. And then I've got one of our district superintendents is coming out tomorrow with his chief academic officer to tour Fox Valley. He's a new superintendent. And I know some of you are new, and if you would like to come at any time and join a tour or just call up and say, can I come see what some of the things you do, or sit in on an advisory meeting, you are welcome to do that. All right, so I throw that out there for you. So we're kind of like the old Sesame Street thing. We're kind of not like the others, but I think we're really important. I'm really biased. So what can I answer? Any questions?
Wow. Thank you for doing all this.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Roger, do you have anything to close, or do you want me to close? Nope. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to share. I just wanted to share that the most impressive piece of this is that you saw the standard for each of the groups. They have a SIP team. They look at their data. They review the data, and then based on the data, they have a goal, a reported goal that they shared tonight, but please know that there are other goals. There are additional goals. They're not just working on this one thing all day. They're still doing everything else that they need to be doing in their building. And then after they have the goal, you saw they followed it with the rationale. Why are they having that? How does that fit? Where does that fit? What's the benefit, both short and long term for the students? And then the last piece is the action plan. How are they going to get there? And then they followed up with the measurement at the end. And then, as I shared at the beginning, they bring that back to the board in May or June. So this isn't just an isolated, wonderful night of sharing information. They actually follow through with it and then bring it back to the board in May and June. So you'll see how we progress on all of these goals. So thank you for all of your work.
Just to reiterate, thank you for coming out and doing this for us. I mean, staying late and then you'll have to get up in the morning, right? So thank you for doing this. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's good. You're done. Yeah. Do you want to ask? I was going to ask. We need to approve this in the first reading. Yeah.
So at this time, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion that the Board of Education approve the school improvement plan upon first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and a roll call.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye. All right, passes 7-0. So we're gonna veer off just a little bit because our student ambassador, it is getting late, and we have a couple more items. So we'll just go ahead and move into you going ahead and giving your part of the presentation, and then we'll circle back to new business if that's okay with everyone. No, you guys are free.
No,
Yeah,
keep
so
them
they-
on.
I'm sorry.
They're all like, can we?
Were we supposed to dismiss them?
Dismissed.
Dismissed.
Thank you guys very much.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. I could see a pension.
Yeah.
Too small of a crowd.
Yeah.
You can't hide when it's a small crowd. Katie, as you get ready to share this under your report, are you able to stay longer? Because as we had talked about, one of the things we wanted from Katie was to be able to give student feedback on different topics. Are you able to stay for the standard-based grading piece, or do you have to go?
Yeah, I can stay for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so for my report for this past week, as you guys probably know, it was the high school's homecoming week. With each of the different themes, students alike wore pajamas, decked out as duos, dressed in their class colors, dressed up as royalty or peasants, and sported Kaneland gear on the corresponding spirit days. Following the parade on Wednesday, October 4th, senior girls beat the junior girls in the Powder Puff game. On that Friday, the varsity football team defeated Marengo 45-0, which was good to see on a very cold night. Kaneland had this year's homecoming dance on Saturday, October 7th, and besides the fire alarm going off, it wrapped up pretty nicely. And then on behalf of the high school students, I would like to personally thank student council advisors, athletic director, Mr. Rollman, the students who helped plan and decorate for homecoming, administrators, and anyone else who helped make this past week very successful. For sports updates, boys varsity soccer won against Rochelle 8-4, with boys junior varsity soccer beating them 5-0 as well. The girls varsity cross country team placed second at the Twilight Meet hosted at East Aurora. Girls varsity tennis finished in 5th place at a conference tournament, and girls varsity volleyball won against Rochelle 2-0. And then unfortunately for us, girls sophomore volleyball fell to Rochelle 2-1. Today, all juniors took the PSAT exam at KHS. Because of this, 9th, 10th, and 12th grade students did not have to go to school today. And then for upcoming updates, the KHS fall play will take place on Friday, October 27th through Sunday, October 29th. And then the play starts at 7 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and on Sunday it is at 2 p.m. And that is all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. Okay. So then we'll circle back to new business. We're going to go ahead and move on to the 8th item of new business, which is the standards-based grading update. Dr. Lade.
Yes, thank you. If you recall, this is a topic that is one of the 5 commitments in the strategic plan, and also I believe Board Member Mankowski asked for this, I think, in the August meeting for a topic for future agenda to give a current update And as part of that update, two of the specific items that were asked were for data on student academics, how the students were doing, and then also a survey. So Mr. Raleigh, as you saw in the presentation, and he'll go over that, he does have a student academic data piece and also the survey piece. And as I shared, Mr. Raleigh met with Katie to get a student perspective. So Katie is our student ambassador. Providing we get her up soon enough, we'll be able to share before she has to go. So thank you, Katie. Mr. Raleigh.
Thank you for the opportunity. We've had the chance to present on a standards-based upgrade several times over the last probably 4 or 5 years. So as Dr. Layden said, this is broken down into 2 pieces. There is an academic achievement portion to this, and then want to share out the findings and results from a survey that went out to our 6th through 12th grade students and parents. To begin here, just a brief timeline of implementation, and it comes in 2 different parts. So for about the past 20 years, I believe it comes out to like the last 18 years, our elementary schools have been graded on a standards-based grading system. It has looked different than the numerical system. It had been the letters BDPS, so beginning, developing, progressing, and secure. The elementary model, their aim and their goal was to have students progress through that to be secure in a standard by the end of the year. That looks a little bit different at the 6th through 12th grades when we start to talk about quarters and semesters. But this has been a practice at our elementary schools for some time. That is shifting this year. We are implementing at our elementary schools a shift from the letters to a numerical system. The philosophy of goal attainment for a standard over the course of the year is still the same. In those numerical descriptors, so a 1, a 2, and a 3, those descriptors are the same for our students in kindergarten through 12th grade. When we start to dig into the impact and the implementation of this at our middle school and high school, it really kicked off in the 21-22 school year, where we started to make some real inroads on implementing standards-based grading. During the 2020-2021 school year was when we were remote, and that was a huge hurdle for us to be able to balance any kind of professional development with our teachers on top of a compacted curriculum and A/B schedule. So really the heart of this work came during the 21-22 school year. At that time at our high school, we had about 30 courses that had already gone through and developed their reported standards, and those were really focused on courses that were required for graduation. At this time in the 2023-24 school year, we have about 90% of our courses at the high school that are standards aligned, and 100% of our courses here at the middle school. When we say standards aligned, what all of those grade spans have done is they've taken standards that are set forth by content areas. So if you've ever heard of Common Core standards, national our science standards, our social studies advocacy standards, we look at all those are numerous, and the authors of those standards have said that there is no way that a school in a typical 174-day calendar can get through every single standard. So what we've done is we went through a process with all of our teachers to look at those standards that are most relevant to our learning, that do have leverage over, we've talked about some interdisciplinary units and a focus on reading in our STEM classes and our art classes, and that process really tried to sift out standards that could really be more of a supporting role versus those that we went through that process and deemed our reported standards, those that are academically the most impactful for our students to learn. Once those standards were identified, we then, as teams of teachers and administrators, wrote what is called a proficiency table. Those proficiency tables have the indicators of 3, 2, and 1. At the high school, it has a level of 4. And we wrote down descriptive language of if a student, as the professionals and content experts, what would it look like and sound like for a student to be proficient in this area, to be approaching proficient in this area, to be needing further improvement in these areas. When we wrote those tables, we wrote supporting standards that go with that. So all of those pieces, when we say that those courses are aligned, they have their tables written, they have the reported standards identified, and they are engaging in feedback cycles with our students through the use of those tables. At the high school, our numerical system does include a 4, and really that's for 2 main reasons. Number one, we have a significant number of courses at our high school that are capstone courses, so they are the final course that student can take. There is no course above it. So when we look curricularly, we wanted a way to indicate in those courses that the application of those standards was at a much deeper level than what we deem to be proficient. The other reason for that, when you look at the K-8 curriculum, the way that our curricular providers build their resources and their tools, our teachers have access. If I'm a 7th grade teacher, I typically have access to what those 6th grade tools and 6th grade standards would be, as well as 8th grade. So in a given class, I have a variety of different levels of learners. I can pull and plan for meeting their different needs, and that tool is pretty flexible. At the high school, we run into a little bit different of an issue when, if I'm a geometry teacher, I don't really have access and planning to an Algebra 2 course or an Intro to STEM course. So again, we wanted to make sure when we did not have that fluidity into the next level of course, we wanted to make sure that we could still indicate that there was a deeper application of those standards for our students. The last piece here, in looking at this timeline, we're about 4 years in. When we look at implementing new grading systems, and specifically for high schools across the country that have, or excuse me, school districts across the country that have implemented standards-based grading, that ranges anywhere from about a 5 to 7 year process. It includes information building, working with all of our stakeholders to understand philosophically why we are doing this, logistically how we are changing this. So that can range, again, anywhere from about 5 to 7 years, and we're looking at year 4 right now. We've seen some hiccups from implementation, as we've shared in the past. When we implement new curriculum, when we implement new initiatives, those often will see what we've deemed an implementation dip. So as we learn those things, as we build that capacity, as we understand new reporting tools, we do tend to see a dip in our data when we talk about a new math tool or a new reading tool. Standards-based grading is no different from that. We do have different tools. We've run into some issues technology-wise and a shift in our student information system and going from Tyler to Infinite Campus. So working through all of those pieces that play a role at various different levels, a role in the implementation of standards-based grading. Looking at that role that it has impacted our academics. Looking at Harder Middle School, these are all pulled directly from slides that we shared at the July 31st presentation. So just a quick review and looking at this 2 different ways. Number one, we wanted to look at our local data. When we say local data, it is looking at teacher-created assessments or department or team-created assessments. And these are the report card grades that our students have earned. So in the 22-23 school year, when we look at our report card grades, we were at 86 D's and F's. When we compare that to where we were prior to COVID, those numbers were roughly 72, I think at the highest it was 111. So we are seeing that our report card data is the numbers of D's and F's that are earned on report cards are falling lower than what our historical 6-year average had been. If you look at that, it's 242 of our 6-year average. This past school year, complete school year of last year, we came out to 86 across our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. Looking a little bit at our iReady, again, look, this is iReady reading. We see that our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are performing above or beyond the state and or national levels in different areas. We do have a focus on our 8th grade class from last year, which, as Dr. Horn presented, those are our current 9th graders. So we've talked about some of the interventions that we can provide and how we're identifying those students. iReady, as a reminder, and the reason we use this is a nationally normed test. So this test is taken by thousands of students across the country. We are provided a breakdown of how those students are meeting and exceeding. So when you see these percentages, these are the percentage of students at that grade level for this slide in particular in reading that are meeting or exceeding the grade level expectation. Yes, sir.
So 54% of our students in 8th grade cannot read at an 8th grade level. They're reading at a 7th or a 6th or a 5th or below, correct?
Correct.
If I'm reading this correctly.
Yes. So that it is broken down into 5 tiers, and it is 2 levels or more below grade level, a level below grade level, at, above, or 2 grade levels above. So yes, this is showing that of our 8th graders on this assessment, 46% are at or above that benchmark.
Are we okay with that?
We are not okay with that.
Because I know, like, if you compare it to the national average, obviously it's better. Compared to the state average, I can't see around you right now. We're a little bit below, but I mean that's a scary number. I mean, to think about it, that is kind of a scary number that we're 54% of our students are not even reading in 8th grade level, right?
Especially with a fundamental skill like reading.
Yeah.
I imagine high performing districts, if we're like Hinsdale 86 or Wheaton 200 or Naperville 203, those numbers are above that.
And I'm not sitting here beating you up or beating anybody up by any means, but like I wanted to call that out because I know we have it showing in green here, and I know when you compare it to the national, it's like, oh, okay, this is a good thing. But I think if we take it into the actual context that it is, it's a scary number.
It is
for us to look at.
It's a scary number to look at, and I would agree that anytime we see numbers like these, if we go back to our SIP goals, when we look at embedded practice, we're looking at that 85% range. So know that we are not satisfied with where we are at. However, we do use this information to start to problem solve and address those needs in ways that those are problem solved. Number one is that through our iReady program, they give us a breakdown of the types of questions that are asked, specifically related to different standards. So we can then go do item analysis and we can compare what is the iReady test asking, where does that fall within our scope and sequence of our curriculum, and how are we addressing those with our students? The other piece to understand here is that this is a singular data point. It does tell a story, but it tells a single story. And I think that's why it's important then to layer in how our students are doing on some of those local assessments, how they're doing based on our teacher feedback, and we're not seeing that correlation to only 46% that are getting A's and B's in our reading and our ELA classes.
And I will say too, I remember when I know in my mind, especially back in middle school, high school, iReady test days were kind of, in my mind, at least in my friend's mind, kind of a blow off, right? This isn't going against my actual grade. This isn't going against my GPA. It wasn't, ACTs or SATs or any of that stuff. So like, I know personally, I did not take it as seriously. So I'm sure that I don't think the children have evolved as much, over the years. So I know that there's a level of that. They're not caring as much. Maybe they're not even showing up as much. So I know that skews this number too, but it is a concerning number. And I know we talked about this a couple months ago.
Yep.
So, and I don't know how directly related this is to standards-based grading. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the direct correlation to understand that. I know with standards-based grading, we're supposed to be able, the students are supposed to understand on different levels of understanding different modules that they're working on and being able to grow and then advocate for themselves. And I know we're talking about with MTSS and seeking the support that they need and everything else like that. So these should be trending in an upward direction over time with standards-based grading, right?
Correct. Correct. And we obviously would like to see that. We can pull some historical reports on where they're at. I know that we administer this 3 times a year. So we are completed with our fall assessment, and looking at those fall scores, they are higher than where they were last year. They're similar to what you're seeing on the board, obviously a little bit lower as we come in off of the summertime, but we have seen some trends that is improving. And I think you're spot on with it's layered when we look at this. So it's not just, we never want to teach to a single test, and by no means are we doing that for an iReady test, but we do have the ability to start to pull some items from these types of assessments, work with our MTSS teams and our teachers teams to build a pretty comprehensive approach for our students. So where standards-based grading layers into that is that it's identifying what we need to do. So rather than just a percentage score of a 56, what the standards-based grading, when we use those tables, talks about the difference in some of those skills. So then our teachers can sit down and say, we're approaching proficiency because we are not able to apply this type of reading to informational texts, and what you would need to do. And then they can start to build those plans together to move from that approaching to proficient. That's the standards-based reporting piece of that. But I would agree with you that these percentages are not what we want them to be. And when we look at that, we look at this as a data point in a series of many data points that our teachers and our staff are looking at. Thanks. You're welcome. Similar things for math, similar arguments to similar arguments to be made. These are not the scores that we want. But we do see that when we are looking at our students and how we are comparing to the state and national average, our 6th and 7th graders are above. Our 8th grade class was slightly below what our state and national averages were for math. Again, when Dr. Horn talks about that vertical articulation piece, so when we talk about the 8th graders that are moving to the high school, this 8th grade class you see here now is our 9th grade class currently. And we do have small teams of teachers and staff that are looking at these students. They're looking at multiple data points in order to make sure that we're building an intervention plan for them to help address their needs. I think there was a lot of things that we've seen with our school improvement plans when we talk about student advocacy as they move from a middle school that has a little bit more supports. Board Member Simmons, I believe you talked about as kids get a little bit older and releasing some of that responsibility as we build those advocacy skills in them and they get to the high school. There's a little bit more of an onus on students to get involved with an MTSS walk-in lab. So we are hoping, and as we build those skills on top of each other, that we do start to see these scores increase. Again, just a quick snapshot from our report cards. This is that other side, that these are our teacher-driven assessments. This is what's happening and what's reported out on our report cards. At the end of term last year in the 2022-23 school year, you can see how those grades break down. That's not necessarily the number of students that have a D or an F, but the number of Ds or Fs earned. So one student might have one or the other. One student might have 4 or 5 of them. We've compared that to 1920 on purpose. 1920 was the year that 4th quarter of the school year that the state shut down. So we wanted to see about where we were at. That number, that 1920 number, represents grades at the end of 3rd quarter. So if we go all the way back, there were some state mandates that talked about limiting grading for that 4th quarter. So that number is only 3 quarters of the year. Our 6-year average looks at the 4-year, the 4th quarter, and the number of Ds and Fs that are on report cards. So we've seen positive growth and positive trends through our local assessments. We have seen growth through our iReady assessments. And we've seen similar when we take a look at standardized tests here at the high school, starting to see some similar growth.
So if you're doing a 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're talking Ds and Fs, what do you separate, or what do you determine as a D and an F if you're basing on a 4, 3, 2, 1?
Yep. So there is a chart, and I'm not going to be able to recite the exact numbers off the top of my head, but there is a range when you average those 4s, 3s, and 2s together that comes out to essentially like a 3.5 to a 3.7 would be an A or an A minus. So there is a range there of those average standards-based scores that then convert to a traditional letter grade. And that's then what is entered into a report card and ultimately onto our transcripts at our high school.
Okay, so that's not a typical like 55, 45, 30%. This is DF based on that 4321 to SPG, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Looking at if we transition then to the academic impact at our high school, similar breakdown. We looked at our grade point average. So our grade point average, again, is that conversion of grades. It is based on our local teacher assessments, and wanted to look at our NGPA for the 22-23 school year broken down by strands. You see that the bulk of our students fall within that 3.0 to 3.9 range. And then when you look at a 4.0 or above, that's really taking into account our AP classes at our high school that are weighted. So students do have the ability in taking AP classes to earn above a 4.0. When we compare last year to our 6-year average, we do see a very similar range. I do want to point out, when you look at that 4.0 for our 6-year average is slightly higher. When we were fully remote, we did limit our course book and our AP offerings. So you do see an impact last year on what that ripple effect had been. So during the 20-21 school year, our students had less access to AP courses. And that does have a ripple effect. Again, when we talk about accessing capstone classes and things like that, that did have a ripple effect through our grade span. So that is a factor, not the only factor, but a factor of why you see our 6-year average a little bit higher than where it was last year. So then when we look more, and I apologize, I had to make notes. I do understand that this is a little bit smaller. I hope you can see it a little bit easier in print. Taking a look at 2 standardized scores. These are a little bit different, where our iReady is administered to every student, second through 8th grade. Our AP scores, these are tests that students choose to take. We'll look at our SAT data here in a couple minutes. Those are, again, scores, tests that students are choosing to take. When we look at, if this works, when we look at this blue bar graph, it is looking at the percentage of students that took an AP test and scored a 3 or higher. Why that 3 is important, because once a student earns a 3 on that test, that is where they start to have the ability to earn college credit. You have to get a 3 is the lowest score you can get to start to earn college credits for those courses taken. When we look at that, these last 2 blue columns, this is the 2021-22 school year. This is last year, the 22-23 school year. Very hard to see. We had 75% of the students that took that test get a 3 or higher in 21-22. We had 72% of our students that took that test last year earn a 3 or higher. And then if you look at this chart over here, this tells us the total number of students that are taking these courses and these tests, and the number of exams taken, and then the percentage. So when you look at where COVID impacted us was right around here. In the 2020-21 school year, we had 191 students, and then we saw that drop off to 163 students in the following year. That number is on the rise. It's at 197, so we're seeing an increase. And that percentage we've seen going back prior to COVID in the 2018-19 school year, we had 70% of our students that earned a 3 or higher. And again, these last 2 years were 75% and 72% respectively. Our AP offerings, we have 20 of them currently, and they encompass a wide variety of courses. So prior to my tenure in this role and talking with previous administration, I know that initially there were pretty heavy STEM focused AP classes. We've done a really, really nice job to start to spread that out. We have several fine arts courses, STEM courses, English courses, where students can take that AP test and earn that AP credit.
How many AP courses were offered in 2019? I'm sure you don't know.
I can get that for you. There have not been, it was in 18-19 you asked?
Yeah, just because the number of students is so
Yep, I would need to pull that number for you. I don't want to misspeak, so I can find that out.
And then are there any plans to expand the course offering at this moment, or?
Yes, so we will actually present our course offerings in mid-November, and where we're looking at right now would be hopefully, hopefully, tentatively, our plan would be to add an AP psychology course. And in addition to the AP, so there's two routes that students can get to earn college credit, would be AP courses and then dual credit courses. So we are in the process of planning of what a couple of different math dual credits and possibly an English dual credit course would look like for our students to start to expand those offerings that allow students to earn that college credit. We do need to look at certain certifications for those, especially for that dual credit piece, because it does directly align to college syllabi and the course offerings. And then our AP courses, it is good to know those are governed by the College Board. So what we teach, it comes from us and we can't veer off of that. The tests that are given from the College Board. They are not Kaneland created. So that piece is outside of our hands. So when we do offer those, we need to make sure that the people teaching them have the proper certification for that.
So to piggyback on Mr. Cook's original question, I know you can't give the number specifically, but was it more or less? We had less
prior to 18 or 19 or prior. It likely, we have never taken any away outside of the 2021 school year where they weren't offered because we didn't have the resources to provide all of those in an AB setting. So we have never had any on the books and then pulled them off of. So we've only added over the school years. I just don't know I don't know if it was 10 one year and grew to 18 the next. It's always, in my role here, we've had anywhere between 18 to 20.
So we potentially had less or the same amount of course offerings, but the total students was significantly more back then. Because there wasn't less, there would only be more now, right?
Correct.
There would only be more offerings. Yeah. Right now.
Higher student headcount.
Okay.
And also important to understand, a student can take the AP course and choose whether or not they want to take the AP test. So they don't have to take that exam. And we do have some that do not take it. Okay. And we have some students that will take multiple exams. So two more pieces of just looking at our standardized scores, looking at the PSAT, so the preliminary SAT test. We administered this to our freshmen and sophomore. We get a math and an evidence-based reading and writing score. The percentage that you see is the percentage that meets or exceeds what that grade level is. These are predictors of how a student will perform on the SATs years down the road. So in a minute, we will look at the actual SAT test that our students have taken the last couple of years. But what we see is that our students are trending upwards when we look at our PSATs, and there is a correlation between how they're achieving on our PSATs as 9th and 10th graders and how they are achieving as 11th graders. So again, a lot of information. This is pulled directly from the College Board website on how our students have performed. So we are going to look back 2 school years on this slide, and then we will look at last school year on the next slide. So trying to go back, and that is all that I have access to through the College Board. So trying to build a little bit of a historical picture on how we've performed. So when you look at these scores up here on the board, and we look at our Kaneland students have a mean score of 994. When you look at the state of Illinois, that mean score of about 142,000 students that took the SATs is 960. And when you look at about 1.2 million that took it across the United States, that mean average of students across the country is a 959. So we are seeing our juniors when they're taking this test. I shouldn't say juniors. So this is mostly juniors, but there are also some students that may take this as a senior if they missed a testing day, if they're retesting. So this is all of the Kaneland students that have taken the SAT exam. And we're outperforming by about 40 points what the national average is. And then if you look at the next 2 columns, they break it down again into our evidence-based reading and then into our math scores in the 3rd column. And in each of those, our students are outperforming what the state and national averages are. So looking again, are we building on this? Are we falling back? When we go to last year, looking comprehensively, again, mostly juniors, there are a handful of others. When we look at same chart, our mean average last year for our students was 1,010. When you compare that to the state of 960 and the country of 955, we are outperforming those groups. And then again, when we break down by our evidence-based reading and our math, we see similar results. So we see a trend. I don't know if there's enough information to say for one way or another because of a standards-based grading trend. We're trending up, or we don't have enough historical data to show that, but we are seeing our students perform on a standardized test better than our state and our national averages.
Is there any data, is this all the data that the College Board offers, or is there any data that's the top 25% of Kaneland versus the top 25% nationally, or bottom 25 versus bottom 25, anything like that, so we could see trends?
I would need to go into, there is a huge suite of reports that the College Board offers. I don't know if they offer that in particular to those bands, but I can make a note of that and go back and check for sure. Are there any questions on the academic data that was shared? All right, if not, we are going to transition into our survey results. So we shared this out with our 6th through 12th grade students. And this is the opinion of our students in our community on standards-based grading. So while we did see a positive impact on our academics, in full transparency, we have seen this really struggle to take ground with our students in our community. The survey was structured based on similar questions that were vetted through the NIU Wright Lab. Again, we wanted to make sure that we were having a variety of questions that talk about the impact on learning. We have given a similar survey in the past based on board feedback and public feedback. What is different about this survey is that we added 2 open-ended questions at the end of that. Those questions detailed some of the positive things that our students have experienced and then challenges that they've experienced to standards-based grading. So we will give feedback on those. In full transparency, those were very mixed. There were comments that talked about the clarity of standards-based grading, and then the next submission talked about how confusing standards-based grading was. There was the positive impacts on reassessing, and then the very next submission talked about the negative impacts of reassessing. So they were very mixed responses. Back from those, we had 346 responses back, split fairly evenly between our middle school and high school. These are the questions that were asked. So they were given a statement and asked how well or to what level, excuse me, that they agree or disagree with the statement that was made. And those statements weighed heavily on learning standards-based in a standards-based grading system versus a traditional grading system. And again, those open-ended questions were based on some positives they've seen and challenges they've seen. Tried to capture that, just went through and did just a trend analysis with all of those answers that were submitted. And these were probably the 5 biggest or most common shared positive trends from our students. They did share the ability to reassess and have that. That ties in a little bit with that last bullet point. So knowing that the impact of a test could be eased a little bit with the opportunity to go through a relearning plan and reassess on that. The clarity and proficiency scales, students have shared that they understand more because standards are tied directly to test questions, and they are getting feedback on those specific standards. One in particular indicated, I know where I'm at question by question, and I don't just get a math score. So there was clarity in those scales. The assessments are reported by, again, this comes from some of the growth that our staff has undertaken over the last couple of years, that assessments are now reported by standards and not one large category. So if they are struggling in math, I can then go and break down exactly what that standard is when I want to talk about reassessing in a given standard. And then because of how that learning is articulated in a table, our students did report that one of the positives they report is knowing where they are at and what they need to improve on. Some of the negative impacts, and again, in full transparency, when we saw students that shared highlights of our reassessment policy, we did see some highlights of the drawbacks of a reassessment policy, but most notably, some of those negative impacts that we looked at were confusion behind calculating the grade. So there were a lot of references to a prior conversion chart that is no longer being implemented, and it is the current conversion chart does require averaging of those 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s. So there was some confusion in that switch and what that looked like. There was a lot of feedback that our students were wary of the impact that this was going to have on admissions for colleges. There was a lot of some trepidation on our summative assessment. So when we say summative, we talk about those end of unit tests, that those are our only factors for grades. Prior to standards-based grading being implemented, there were other data points that went into, or points that went into the calculation of a grade. That could include anything that would include extra credit, homework, practice assessments, final tests, final papers. All of those were used to calculate a grade. Now we are looking at that summative assessment. So just some angst over the impact of those summatives. Feedback on variations of that from grade level to grade level or department to department, where we did see some positives in the clarity of our proficiency scales. That was one of the trends that came through, was the lack of clarity on our proficiency scale. So that's an indicator to us that we have some work to do with how we define those and how we share those out. And then there was one of the most prominent responses was this stress or this need for perfection in a course in order to get a 4. What we found is that that was mostly impacted by our previous conversion chart. When we looked at grade dispersion, equitability of earning a grade, the new conversion chart has accounted for that. So there are more opportunities outside of all 4s that a student has in order to get an A. With that being said, I know I talked with Katie. I would like her to come up here. She did a great job of talking with some of her classmates. Similarly, just through conversations, I'm not going to steal all of her thunder, but going to turn it over to her to share a little bit about what she found with her classmates.
So as he said, I went around and talked to a variety of students. I talked to freshmen, sophomores. I didn't talk to any juniors. And then I talked, being like peers, I mostly talked to seniors. And what I found was actually they really enjoyed the new standards-based grading system compared to like the older version, because now it's like how you can, like, it's the grade is average. So it's kind of leaning in a sense more back to traditional grading, where it's not just like the 4, 3, 2, or 1, but like now it's like, oh, it's an average, so it's like a 3-point something, and then like that's able to like get a better grade. Starting with some of the negatives that a few of my peers had about standards-based grading is, especially in high school, students are very quick to judge with change, and change can come very fast. So with the standards-based grading and how it is, a lot of the older classmates are being like, well, this wasn't, like, we didn't do it this way our freshman, sophomore, junior year. How is this fair? Like, leading to the questions, like, would my A minus be an A? Would my B minus be a B? Like, just like how like that impact will be on the GPA, and like that's like some of my older peers are more frustrated about that and how that will look. And then for some of the positives, a lot of people do like how it is organized. It's clearly laid out how like, oh, for a 4 or for a 3, you need to do this and this. It's clearly laid out. There's like bullet points and everything's like made out for that. And then, yeah, that is mainly what I had. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to thank Katie. I know sometimes it can be not everyone jumps at the chance to talk to an administrator about grading and policy, and she did an outstanding job. So I really appreciate her being able to capture the voice of some of her classmates. Similarly to our students, we did have the chance to survey our parents. Again, just kind of a breakdown of respondents, similar structure. We gave 5 scaled responses and asked parents where they fall from anywhere from strongly agree to disagree or strongly disagree. And we saw similar feedback when we looked at about 50% of our respondents shared that they understood the philosophy. Over the last probably 4 or 5 years, the majority of conversations that we've had have shifted from I understand the why, I need to know a little bit more of the logistics, or there's confusion with the clarity in some of those logistics. So again, when we look at that, here's an example of the questions that were shared. And then just some of the trends and highlights from those. So looking at some of the positives in that trend analysis, again, what some saw as positives, it also showed up in the survey as a challenge or a negative. But one of the main points in our parent feedback was that ability to reassess. So the reassessment policy, to relearn that. There was some that went into a little bit further detail that talked about timing. If my student didn't learn in a typical time, that they can either reassess or through the use of proficiency tables, they may be able to take a little bit longer time to learn that material. There were several responses that noted the focus on learning versus memorized information. I think that then goes back to our tables when we've identified those standards, when we've identified the criteria of what that looks like. More time to comprehend information before assessing. So again, looking at the sequencing of instruction, and then that students were able to focus on learning standards. So it was a little bit more aligned directly to a standard when we're talking about assessment or testing options.
Mr. Raleigh, can I interrupt for a second?
Yep.
So can you maybe speak to why the reassessment policy and the reassessment process really is linked to standards-based gradings? I think some folks are thinking, well, just do the old system and let me reassess stuff, right? So like, why is it really linked to standards-based grading?
Great question. And this has been a constant topic that as a team, as a building team, as a district team, we are looking at the impact that this has. So reassessment is not a new concept that came and was introduced with standards-based grading, but it certainly has been a focal point of it. What reassessment would have looked like or could have looked like in a traditional setting, depending on what those tests would look like, most often happened in an all or nothing fashion. So if I took a test and I didn't do well on it, maybe I reassess that. And that's where we started to see students provide feedback. I think back to our previous student board representative and sharing that students started to game the system a little bit, in that I took standard A of the test, not worrying, or version A of the test, not studying, not worrying about it. And then I saw the answers, and then I took version A of that test again. What standards-based grading allows us to do is offer a variety of different types of questions that are all directly linked to a standard. So completely oversimplifying, but not everyone is getting 1 + 1 as their first question. They're getting some type of single digit addition, or they're getting some kind of quadratic equation, not the same one from version to version of each test. So I can offer a variety of test questions that are linked directly to a standard, as opposed to giving a completely new copy of a test. So as we've fine-tuned this policy, what we've started to see is that students might take a test that have 2 or 3 standards on them, multiple questions that encompass those standards, and I might do well in standard 1 and standard 2, but not in standard 3. Now I can reassess strictly in standard 3. So when we talk about being able to identify a standard matched directly to a question, I can really start to pinpoint areas where I'm strong and areas where I need to improve.
So where does their grade go? So if they fail that first test, they reassess. Is that F grade or that grade completely gone and they get a brand new grade, it overrides it?
For the majority of our departments, yes, they do take that newest score. There are some that have averaged those scores together.
And how many, is there a limit amount of assessments, reassessments that a student can do, like per exam, per quarter? What is the policy with that?
We do not have an explicit cap on the number of times they can reassess. What ends up happening, the caveat that we put in our reassessment policy is that when you come close to end of term, what we want to be able to do is provide an assessment, students get that score, get that feedback, relearn information, and reassess. And if I'm getting my initial test back within 4 or 5 days of when that term closes out, I may not have the opportunity to reassess there. So we have not said in our policy, you can only reassess 2 times or 3 times. We do say that it may be limited due to the closing of term grades and the ability to give students feedback and do some kind of relearning plan to reassess.
So if they weren't to reassess, where do you feel the grades? Do you feel the reading, the math would be even lower than what it is now?
It's a hard question to answer. I would say that you may see some fluctuation in when we look at our grade point averages. And if we did not have the ability to reassess, you can make an argument that that data would start to trend down if I was only given one opportunity. When you look at our SAT scores and our AP scores, and when we've seen those things start to trend up, those aren't multiple iterations of that test. Yes, there are probably multiple iterations of learning that are happening in the classroom, but when students take that test, that's a single time that they're sitting to take that test. So I don't know if I could give you an exact breakdown, but I would say in looking at those trends, if our kids were not able to reassess, I would probably assume that we might see some negative effect on that because it's a one-shot deal.
So as far as my question back about the D's and F's, the numbers have decreased because there's reassessments. So if the reassessments were removed, the D and F's would probably jump up like they were in the past.
You couldn't, I couldn't make that correlation, possibly, yes.
This reassessment policy, and this might be a question for Dr. Lawler, but at the next level, is that reflective of what they're going to see in college? Because so my college experience was you go to class, at some point you're assessed, it's a test, a midterm, what have you, and if let's say you fail it, generally they would give opportunity for extra credit if you wanted to strive to get that grade back up. But you didn't have the opportunity to continually reassess until you had the semester to learn the content and it showed that you knew it. But beyond that, you're done. It was either, you pass or you fail. My concern, and I think the concern of parents, is that, this is setting our students up for potential failure at the next level in setting these expectations that, hey, if you don't get it this time, you can just keep going until you pass. What does college look like these days? It's been a while since.
It's not all college, right? So, but the same questions that K-12 is asking are the same questions college is asking, right? So the same questions that are happening at the K-12 level, like what is learning and what is a course, is being asked at the college level now, right? The question is, do you just do these things and then you get a grade for that? Or do you learn this material, however that's proven?
But are they mutually exclusive?
No, not
They're
necessarily.
really not. I mean, they really kind of they're opposite sides of the same coin.
I think they work together. I mean, but I would argue that what we're seeing now at college levels is reassessment. I'm not seeing a lot of that. And again, I can't speak for everybody, but conferences and different schools I work at and stuff, right? But I can say that we have tried to do more entry level, small, broken down assignments that build towards larger ones to build in that system of, okay, you can fail at a low stake so you don't fail at the high stake.
More formatives.
So yes, we do like
A lot
pre-writing
more
assignments and
formatives.
a lot of smaller assignments or like reflection or journals before you do a full essay. You might take a few quizzes before you take a full midterm, right? Like I remember when I was in undergrad, like there were times I took a class where I took a test and that was the whole class, right?
Yeah.
That model is gone, right? That model's being moved away. Now you might still see it in other places, but they're trying to get away from that idea because we also have outcomes. We call them outcomes, you call them standards, it's the same idea. And the measure is, did you achieve these standards? How did you achieve those standards? And then that is, success in the course. So it's not reassessment, but it's pre-assess. I mean, right, you're doing stuff beforehand. I mean, Evan, you're in college. I don't want to put you on the spot, man. But like, same kind of idea, right? Like,
It's the exact same idea. There's very little memorizing information. It's almost all learning, unless you're in a serious like physics or like chemistry like major. It's almost all a lot more paper-based group projects, learning how to work with others on everything, and there's a lot less memorization.
And we've moved away from these like take a 250 multiple choice question that takes 3 hours, and whatever you get on is what you get on, and that's the course grade. We've moved away from that model, right? Yeah.
And what I kind of see is standard-based grading, we are doing this in middle school and high school, are kind of teaching them skills to then be able to use those and, giving them.
And a lot of the assessments are right. It's a pretty vague question. You write what you learned about.
Sure.
And then that's what you put on that paper, and what you really connected with you is what you answer with.
Yeah, so it's not apples to apples in the sense of like, oh yes, we're doing reassessments and stuff. College does it different, and I think that's the disconnect with parents, and because same thing with careers. I mean, parents are saying, we're not preparing our kids for college, but we kind of are. We're giving them skills that then will translate to how colleges, their models do it. Same things with careers. I mean, we get performance reviews. We're not getting A, B's, and C's. Hey, you get a mid-year review. You're kind of doing good, or you need to work on this. What do you need? So we are getting reassessments even in our career. So how do we help our parents make that connection and see that
Right.
it's not apples to apples?
To piggyback on that, right? If you think about like our own lives as professionals, how often is everything high stakes, right? Are there ever things that you can do that you don't have to actually have the answer for at that moment, but you can go look it up or get a resource or talk to someone, right? And how often do you have to know it in that moment and get it 100% correct? There are definitely times you have to get 100% correct, right? Like, you're my heart surgeon, get it 100% correct, right? But you're like, looking at scans or looking at things, can we look at that information? Can we look that up? Can we consult? Like, so this is the new kind of thinking at college, is that like there are times where it's high stakes and there's times when it's low stakes, and the low stakes stuff shouldn't sink your grade because perhaps you just didn't memorize it in the right amount of time.
And I would share as well that over the last few years, my experiences have been that we are looking at a lot of these factors in a silo. And when we start to look at the full picture of learning, of reassessment, it's hard to break out some of these different factors. So to answer the question, there is not a direct correlation with every single industry, whether that's the military, whether it's the trades, whether it's colleges and universities that are emulating standards-based grading. But I don't know if that was necessarily our intent with our philosophy, is to mimic those. We want to make sure that we are preparing students for those next steps. And when we start to look at how interwoven a lot of the pieces of our strategic plan are, of our practices, we start to see the impact that has. So when I start to look at our MTSS strand in initial identification of students in areas in which they need more support, I'm doing that by a standard that we have written. When I start to layer in metacognitive skills that Mr. Faulkner had talked about, when I start to layer in ways that I can advocate for myself, those certainly impact outside of our high school our colleges and our careers, where we don't want that heart surgeon that's being tested on that very first time, but we do have a residency program where those surgeons are alongside a skilled doctor that are constantly getting feedback. I don't want, if I ever need a police officer or a firefighter coming to my house, I don't want the person that's never picked up the hose, but they do go through an academy where there's a standard that is set, and they are constantly getting feedback. They're testing on that. If they're not successful, they are retesting. When we talk about lawyers, we can take the LSATs, we can take the MCATs over and over again. I know that in our partnership with Northern Illinois, when we look at doctoral level courses and students that are granted admissions into doctoral programs, they often take a competency exam. They are given explicit feedback on that, and they're often given 4 to 6 weeks to reassess based on that feedback. That is capped. They usually have one more opportunity after that. So it's not necessarily mimicking exactly, but we can start to make some correlations to what is happening in the real world beyond our high school. But the fact of the matter is that we're governed by different policies than colleges and universities, and we're not necessarily looking to emulate and mimic that. We want to give kids skills we have them for a very short time here at our high school, and we want to be able to give them skills to go and advocate for what they need with whatever learning field they are in, whether that is a career, a trade, a university. So it's hard to say that this is the trend that is happening at that colleges or universities.
You're kind of on that wavelength, I think. I think we're faced with this question, like, what is school? Like, what are we doing, right? Because for a long time we said, well, it was do this stuff, right? And a lot of it was obedience based, and a lot of it was, were you compliant, right? And that is what led you to a good grade. Is that really what we care about, right? Do we really care that that's what teachers should do and that's what students should do? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know if we're going to have the answers, but I think the question is, it probably wasn't working great, right? I think there's a myth that like school is always working. That's not true. It's been a problem for a long, long time, right? And then there's the other thing is, like, do we try new things? And trying new things is risky and dangerous and it's difficult. You know?
I guess I struggle because I look at the world through like a corporate lens where, you know, you work for any corporation, you're either making money for them or you're costing them money. And at some point they're going to have to cut you when you're costing them money. In the real world, they're not going to, you know, they'll help you. In most institutions nowadays, they'll, like you said, put you on a plan to get on the right track, but to a certain extent, and then that's it. And so, granted, not everyone's going to go into that environment, but even in the trades, it's the same situation. And so I don't know what the answer is, because I think you guys make good points in that, like you use the police officer example, you know, they have trainings and, you know, other fields, but at the same time, I just don't want to set unrealistic expectations for our students or create a culture that is conducive to them thinking there's always going to be another opportunity, because at some point there won't be another opportunity in their life. You know, it's at some point in their job, whatever they do, that's it. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration on the part of the parents stems from, and I could see it, honestly.
I don't think you're wrong. I question, as truly a curiosity question, not a challenge question, so please take it back. Is that true? Is everything always all or nothing?
I've seen people be fired because they couldn't perform.
Okay.
And they've been put on. Some haven't. Some have just made outright blatant mistakes that you should have known you're done. But I've also seen them get on the plan and they just couldn't get it for whatever reason.
Sure.
They couldn't, and that was it. At some point, you have to have that hard conversation where, hey, this isn't working out. We're gonna have to separate. So I mean, I've seen this happen. It exists.
So I guess, is that different than this plan though, right? Like, eventually you still can fail the class.
Can you?
Yeah.
I think we.
We
do have.
We have F's and D's, right?
Yeah.
Like we have F's and D's.
Okay.
And I think.
I think if you get an F and a D at this point, you're not showing up. You're not doing anything. You're not reassessing. If you're getting an F or D, you're not reassessing. The opportunity to reassess means that you care and you keep, so.
Yeah, no, and Ryan,
That's a
I would say
whole different thing.
well, I actually think you're describing exactly what Adam said, because he said the person was on a performance plan and couldn't improve, and eventually got booted. If you're not reassessing and you're not showing up, then you're just at the exact same thing. In my mind.
Yeah, you're still being held accountable, but I think it's the helping the parents understand what is our role in high school, what's our role in middle school, like how do we build on, you know, we've been doing for 20 years, our elementary kids have been doing standard based grading, you know, so then we get, you know, they get to middle school, and so like to help parents and the kids again, we're only 4 years into something that usually takes 5 to 7 years, so we, you know, there's bumps in the road, we learn, we make changes and stuff like that, you know, so are we at that phase now where we're making those connections for the parents and kids, and so they know what it looks like, you know, like, no, you know what, work career is not going to be perfect like that. You might have a job that you screw up once, you're out, you know, or you might have a job that never fires you, you know, you can constantly not show up or screw up, and there's places that don't fire. Every college class is going to be different. Every teacher is going to be different. So as a high school, what is our role? What skills are we teaching our kids? So what is the expectation here? And so I don't know if that's something that's been discussed, like how do we now take our parents and our students to that next level to help them understand that part of it?
Yes, that's a great segue into some points here and some points on the next slide. We do, and kind of going back to Board Member Lawler, a point of what is school preparing us for and what is the role of school. I think when we look at our high school learners in particular, and we'll take a look at some college admissions pieces, but there's a shift from pure numerical output when it comes to GPAs and class rank and things of that sort to deeper analytical skills. So how do we foster an environment of analytical thinkers, of deep thinkers, of students that can then go and apply those skills across multiple different avenues, with just the developmental level of students, even up through 18 years old, their brains aren't developed enough to often say, I know that I only have one time chance at this. I need to go reassess what I'm doing on the weekends, what I'm doing with my work, what I'm doing with whatever. That decision-making process is not always fully developed with our high school learners. So we do offer multiple opportunities to demonstrate those higher level thinking skills while we do have them here in a traditional high school setting. So I think that is the shift. We are shifting and looking at how do you defend your learning. I say this facetiously, I can Google pretty much anything, but then how do I take that information and deliver some kind of synthesis to a group? How do I make some kind of connectivity to something else that is having an impact on my job? I think those are the skills we're starting to see when we go down to our elementaries. We're building those foundations, we're building those reading and writing skills. Then we're starting to look in our middle school and definitely in our high school what those analytical skills look like. How are we taking large volumes of information and synthesizing that to come up with our own thoughts and our own action plans and our own problem solving techniques. So I think that shift is happening. It's happening slowly, and this is still a newer way of grading. It's been around for years, but when we look at it, especially at the high school level, it is newer, and it does take multiple iterations of those conversations to see the impact that it has. I do want to note, in looking at some of the trends, we spent a lot of time just discussing that first point of preparing students or not being able to prepare students for college and careers. Another common piece of feedback we got, and this lends itself to some discussions that we had with our Kaneland Connects team, is the variance from teacher to teacher. With over 300 students, there are several that said, I like reassessment, I don't like reassessment. It is very clear to me, it's not very clear to me. So that to me says that we need to make sure that collectively as a district, we are focusing on that communication, consistent application of our reassessment policies and all of the things that that are under the umbrella of standards-based grading. We are looking at ways to convert a little bit easier to that letter grade. A lot of the feedback that we've gotten from parents, even with the new conversion system, is that it is too tedious of a process. And that's certainly something that we want to streamline as fast as we can. This speaks directly to how supportive our parents are. They want to know in easy language to say, you have a B, how do I get to an A? And that does, there is some pieces that are lost in that translation when we're looking at 3s and 4s compared to an A- or a B+. So how we can streamline that conversion, we are starting to problem solve ways to use our homeroom time, not necessarily figured out with the new rollout of Infinite Campus, but are there ways that we can capture some of that conversion in a homeroom time so then students can go share with parents, or they can make notes into Canvas or Infinite Campus of what those tentative grades might look at. A lot of the feedback when we talked about our homework policy, where we did, I think there was a previous note that talked about the impact of summatives. There were a lot of comments and feedback provided where not grading and scoring homework as really demotivated students, not being prepared to come to class, and there's
it works contrary to a culture of excellence, doesn't it? When it comes down to it, if you know you can take any number of times a test, or an assessment, any number of times, and screw up till the very last minute, then still pass the class, and we see this. I hear this from the public time and time again, from students, from parents.
Well, the other side is the high achievers. You know, if you've reached and you've met the pinnacle early on in the semester, what's your motivation to pursue it further? So it's
culture of excellence.
It comes, and I've heard that argument as well. This is all feedback. My daughter's in second grade. This is all just what the parents are telling us, what we've seen, and frustrations. I just am struggling with it. I think it all ties back to the reassessment, the whole concept. You know, the reassessment situation limits motivation. So if I can take it, 5 times, if I'm having a week where I don't want to work, and then I say, well, I can just get it done on Friday, I'll just goof off until Friday.
And to your point, rather than multiple assessments, how about some problem-based learning, some project-based learning? That's what some of the high-achieving high school districts, they've implemented PBLs as an approach. And most colleges, in terms of, I know specifically, having come from a science background, geology, geochem, it was a lot of PBLs rather than multiple assessments, where you had to put it all together in order to the problem.
So that's interesting. I would argue we do a lot of PBLs, but there's a lot of preliminary steps for those PBLs.
Right. Well,
so and oftentimes we grade those too. Right?
And those are the types of
that's
things
the motivation
you're going
to do those, right? Because I'm going to get graded all throughout. And we've all had those classes where maybe it's 1% for your individual assignments, but then your finals, 35, 45% of your grade. But at the same time, there's still incentive to do these individual assignments leading up to it. And part of doing the individual assignments leading up to it is it prepares you for that final.
For the final one. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, even I mean, like you said, we're going to get assessed and stuff. We better be doing everything on a daily basis to get to that point of assessment to prove to my boss that I actually know what I'm doing, for real. Like I can actually back up what I've been doing on a daily basis, or it's a certain project, or I'm given the responsibility to put all these different things together. I have to be doing everything on a daily basis, and I have to stay on top of it constantly to be able to present the final project and say, hey, I listened, I followed the directions, here's what I got going on. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if we're demotivated to do that, if I don't have to do anything all semester, and then I can reassess and get the answers back, right? And I know it might not be the same test. And my daughter is in high school, and sometimes it is the exact same test.
Right.
And she just she does corrections and turns it in and gets credit for it, which is even worse than reassessing, in my opinion. But yeah, there's no motivation to do that. And then if I can keep retaking, if I care a little bit about my grade, I can keep retaking until I at least pass the class. So that is tough. And I know that's not in every class, and I know that each teacher is a little bit different how they do it too. And that's where, again, it's already on the board here. for as results is it's not uniform from teacher to teacher. So the students have one class here, and then the next class is slightly different, and it's a little bit confusing, and that's got to be difficult as well, because even though it is called standardized or standard based, hey, it's not standard, to a degree, or maybe it's supposed to be, and maybe there needs to be some reassessment as far as how the teachers are presenting it to the students too.
Yeah, I think that those are all.
Did we survey
factors.
the teachers?
We have surveyed the teachers last year, and the feedback was there was the two biggest hurdles or the biggest negative impacts were the technology systems to report the grades, but that the philosophy, I guess you would say, of standards-based learning, they were on board with. It really boiled down to, again, going back to our old conversion chart, the amount of manual labor and manual time that it took to convert those grades to a letter grade, and then having inconsistency technology systems to actually enter those grades to generate a transcript and such.
So just a question, not a question, comment, I guess, to President Gonzalez's point of like our overachievers, they can't max out. So even if they are getting the great scores and stuff like that, teachers are always still going to keep challenging them, right? So there's always going to be, it's, like to kind of like your point, you were like, well, why should I do any more? I'm done. I've already maxed out. I got my 4s. Teachers see that, and they're still going to give other resources and keep challenging those students, right?
What's the incentive to do
But
that?
yeah,
Because they're overachievers.
You already have the
Okay.
if I'm not going to
my-
get a 5.0, then what's the point of
It's
doing it?
inimical to
Okay,
culture
but my
of
question
excellence.
is, again, what is our responsibility? At some point, a kid is either going to do their schoolwork or they're not. We provide them the resources, we provide them the stuff that they need to. If they don't have the motivation to do it, if we have A, B, C, or D grades, or if we have, at standard-based grading, that same kid is still not going to be motivated. It's the same kid that's out in the workforce that, is ghosting their employer and not showing up to work or not showing up to college classes. Is it our responsibility to be on those kids to motivate them in the sense of, well, you should be doing it? Well, no, that's kind of parents' responsibility of making sure they're getting their homework done, following up, and they're doing that kind of stuff. I guess, what is our responsibility when it comes to, like you guys keep saying, well, what's motivating? They should be motivated. They're coming to school. They should be coming to school. They should be doing their work. They should be doing the stuff that they're supposed to. They shouldn't be questioning.
There's no incentive. There's no incentive.
But
from what I'm hearing,
Is that true, Mr. Rowley?
Yeah.
I guess, what does
thought this was
incentive
being
mean to
addressed.
you?
Is it
Because
being
as a
addressed or
parent, I'm teaching my kids, you want the best grades. The incentive is to be the best student you're supposed to be. So that is my responsibility. So I send you off to school. The teachers do what they need to do. They're teaching those life skills. They're teaching, different things, with the different core classes and stuff like that. When we send our kid to school, they're either we have to incentivize them. We have to say this is important to them. Their teachers and how this is delivered shouldn't be what, oh, well, you know what, my teacher, it's, this is what it is, and I'm already getting a 4, so I'm done, I'm good. No, if you're a kid that you're like, I'm an A student and I want to keep achieving, I'm going to keep doing more stuff, I'm going to do activities after school, those kids are going to be incentivized on their own. So the kids that we're worried about here that, you know what, I'll just wait until last minute to do it, are they any different than, are they the ones studying in the first place when it comes to the old model?
If I achieve a 4 in a class, let's say I don't know the timeline of how a class works, but let's say I achieve that 4. Let's say I achieve it early on. Is there any opportunity for me to fall lower? Like if I've reached the pinnacle of what I can get in that class early on in the semester, is there, if I miss an assignment, if I don't do something, is there an opportunity for me to fall back to a 3 or a 2? Is there any incentive to continue to progress?
The answer to that is not as simple as, so for that particular test that you take, there may not be incentive for you to retake that test. But I think when we talk about assessing to standards, if I look at everything that I need to teach in a quarter or a semester, we do not have students that are showing proficiency or excellence in every one of those standards by October. There are either, when we talk about that 4 and that deeper level of application, we are challenging students to apply it differently or at a deeper level, or they are moving through the curriculum a little bit quicker. So in theory, I could have an incredibly gifted student that moves through all of that curriculum really, really quick, and we get to November in a semester class and they need to have new information provided to them for the next month before that semester is done. We are not seeing a student that has 2 months of sitting around because they've quote unquote topped out. We do have, we faced similar experiences in a traditional grading system where you could always go back and look at ways to go from a 94 to a 95. But really when I'm looking, I could make that argument of I have an A or I have 100% on an assessment or a test. There was no motivation at that time to go beyond a 105% or 110%. That didn't exist. It topped out at 100%. So to say, could it happen? Yes, I don't want to publicly be on record saying that it never could happen. But the way that our curriculum is structured, we have a lot of curriculum that spirals through. So I learned concept 1, then again, oversimplifying, next week I learn concept 2 and then concept 3, and then it spirals back through. So I add to complexity of standard 1 again, and then add to complexity of standard 2. So that curriculum spirals through. So a student is seeing a similar topic with added levels of complexity multiple times throughout the year. Or they are learning that once and then they are starting to combine those with other competencies or other skills, and they are applying it differently, or they're applying it above and beyond what we would call proficient. So sure, a student could progress through that really, really quickly, but it would be no different than a student that is constantly scoring a 100% on their tests and their assessments. And truly to be able to describe a group of students that way, I don't know if that is fair to our students because it truly becomes individualized to how they are motivated. I might be very, very academically talented and not motivated to do anything, and I can get away with taking a typical test, and I'm happy with a 93 because that's an A. So I think what we need to do, and when we talk about our problem solving teams, when we talk about our interventionists that really know these kids and our counselors that really know these kids, I really think that starts to boil down, and what we do a wonderful job of is starting to have those individual conversations with our students. And the last piece on here that ties into that point is I know there's been some negative feedback on the application of the student responsibility standard. The intent of that standard is to share that message where you can have a couple different scenarios. You can have a student that is scoring really high academically, but that responsibility standard says they're not doing anything, or that they're scoring high because they're working really hard, or they do everything, but they're not scoring high. Those are all different scenarios that require different kinds of problem solving for our students. So to combat that motivation piece, we layered in that student responsibility standard to show those habits of work that accompany academic achievement.
And I really like the responsibility, accountability part of that, right? Don't be on your phone, don't be disrespectful, show up on time. I mean, because teachers show up, put in this time and effort to have curriculum, to want to motivate, to want to teach, and then you disrespectful by showing up late, leaving early, trying to go to the bathroom 5 times in the class, being on your phone. So I personally like that this is a one big thing that I do really enjoy about this is that accountability and responsibility piece, because I think that is lacking a lot. And I think, yes, as parents, we can tell our kids to be responsible and not be jerks outside of our house, right? And be respectful to your teachers and all these other things. But I think being in the school 8 hours, whatever a day, 6 to 8 hours a day, having this is part of that, aspect of the grade, I think is actually a good thing. And I know for my daughter, it's a little bit of a motivator to make sure she stops hanging out with her boyfriend for too long to get their little butt to class, right? So I do like that a lot. But again, I know that there is inconsistency from one class to another, from one teacher to another, because I think it is a little bit more subjective, right? And there is a little bit more personal, relationship with regards to the teacher and the student, involved in that, which is tough. I mean, how do you standardize, student responsibility? Because, a minute late to me might not be disrespectful, but a minute late to you might be, a big
And
deal.
really what we want to, our intent with this is to show patterns of behavior. So not necessarily force compliance. You step out of line one time, we're dropping you down. It's really to show that, and it's all of the things you just mentioned. It's respect to our teachers, showing up on time, doing your work. It also speaks to collaboration skills. Are you engaging in class? Are you participating? So it's intended to show repeated behaviors to help build a plan to address them if they arise. That inconsistency comes from experiences of I missed once, or I was late and I was knocked down. So really making sure that when those come up, they're addressed, and using that standard to show patterns of behavior.
And again, these skills do, push into college, push into real life as we grow in it as adults and everything like that. Being on time, it's a very important thing in the working world. And I don't care what that is. I mean, if it's a firefighter, you want him to be very timely to get to your house to put the fire out, right?
Absolutely.
Have, some responsibility. So, like I said, I really do appreciate that this is actually part of it. It's the one bigger thing that I'm really in favor of personally.
The last slide here is just a little bit of additional data sources. So these weren't necessarily pulled from academic achievement or from the survey, but looking at a couple different things. Number one, we did have a really impactful group of parents. Our board members were there, our administrators, our teachers that looked, and there was a particular subgroup that looked at standards-based grading. We did an activity where we started to look at some of the trends that we saw in the application of standards-based grading in Kaneland school districts, not necessarily the middle school or the high school. And then what we saw when we saw some of those trends, we wanted to make sure that we built a preferred future and went through an activity of, in a perfect world, what would we see, or how would this be implemented? And probably the two biggest pieces that we pulled from there that we spent the most time talking about in our subgroup were the need for consistent expectations. So streamlining, board member Kleisner to speak to the point of, should those experiences be uniform across the board when we talk standards-based grading? Not necessarily, but the learning should be standardized. So whether I'm an algebra teacher and Dr. Atkins is an algebra teacher, we may teach differently, but you're coming out of our classes into geometry knowing the same thing. So that's where that standardized piece comes. However, when we have those expectations, in particular that the student responsibility, we want to make sure that that is consistent. We want to make sure that as departments and grade levels, we have consistent communication on what reassessment looks like. The team will further explore the topic of capping reassessments came up. So looking at what those consistent expectations are, and then really providing a further need or a clarification. There was a need for valid and reliable proficiency measures. So making sure that we have just some fidelity checks built into what we're describing as a 3. Would other professionals outside of Kaneland say, yes, those skills would show that a student is proficient in a given standard? Those are really directly linked to our proficiency tables. And then probably the other biggest piece that we've had conversations on are the impact of graduation. Ultimately, we want to make sure when our kids graduate here that they are successful and they're set up for success in the real world. So we looked at a couple different measurements that we could quantify. There are others, but these were some of the ones that we could quantify. Our community is really seeking input from current college students that have experienced standards-based grading and learning here at Kaneland to see how they are doing. We don't have the ability to collect that information other than it being voluntarily shared with us. When our students graduate, our means of communication are through a Kaneland Gmail account that we no longer have access to. So on the survey, we did ask parents if they had a recent Kaneland grad, but we are working to build systems. We've had conversations with our director of communications on alumni networks. Our community is really looking for a targeted group that is currently in college or recently graduated college to say, this learning has had either a positive or negative impact on me, to help further educate us and help drive further actions. The one place that we are able to quantify that is with Waubonsie Community College. So each year, Waubonsie provides an update from our Kaneland graduates that are in their programs, and we do have data that shows that Kaneland is outperforming as far as credits earned in GPA at Waubonsie Community College. We are outperforming every other district that sends students to Waubonsie. So that's a celebration for us when we're looking at our graduates at the next level. As far as does this system of grading, has it denied students entry into college? That has not been reported back to us that they have been denied because of standards-based grading. I think there's not a denial there because we still send students with a traditional letter graded transcript. They still get class rank. So we have not had students that have been denied admissions to college based on our grading system. Looking at the impact, the change in the conversion chart, that was the one place where we did get some feedback that it may have impacted merit scholarships based on the difficulty in earning an A versus an A minus compared to our new conversion chart that we have today, the average of those scores. So that could have had an impact. Again, it's difficult to pull actual dollar figures. I know that there hasn't been instances shared with me that I have missed out or my child has missed out on this specific scholarship, but please note that that does not dismiss and say that it has not happened. But that change in grading could have had an impact on some scholarship money. There is a note there. We did face similar feedback years and years ago, probably 10 or 15 years ago. We had a grading system that was 93 to 100% was considered an A, and we shifted that to be 90 to 100. And we did have parents at the time that reached out asking for retroactively going back and changing those grades. And that precedent has been set that we did not do that. And we've had similar circumstances here where asking if they could retroactively go back and be regraded through our conversion chart, and we did not do that. The last piece is just really looking at college admissions in general and highlighting Waubonsie Community College, Northern Illinois, Illinois State, and the University of Illinois. Every year, we ask our graduating class where they're going, and those are the most popular choices for our students to attend. So looked at the admissions policy for those, and all of them talk and highlight a holistic application process. It focuses mostly on or highlights grade point average in breaking down NIU, ISU, and U of I. NIU, and they guarantee admissions to students that score a 3.0 or higher. That would have guaranteed 58% of our senior class last year admissions to NIU. ISU, they don't necessarily guarantee an admissions, but they do say that the median GPA for freshmen was between a 3.3 and a 4.02. That would be about 45% of our graduates from last year. So we had 324. We're looking at roughly 160 that would fall in there. U of I did not specifically mention grade point average. However, U of I, along with the other two, talk about a huge focus is the rigor of courses that are taken. So when we're looking at AP classes and dual credit classes, which leads to that focus on more and more of those classes being made available to our students. They really look at outside experiences. They look at leadership opportunities that students have taken advantage of. They look at internships. If I am declaring a major and I can say, if I'm going into the College of Education and I've worked summer schools, I've worked summer camps. So they're looking at students that have taken advantage of internships and real life experiences in a field of study that they're interested in. And layered into that are all three of those schools and universities have optional SAT, ACT scores. So they do not require them. They do ask, or they do state that students can send them, but it's not necessarily one of the initial factors that they look at as far as admissions into colleges and universities. The caveat to that would be, as you get into more and more detailed colleges and programs, some of those things might veer off a little bit when you talk about master's and doctoral levels. And last but not least, as far as college admissions, they do weigh heavily essays that are written when we talk about well-rounded students, well-rounded experiences, being able to talk about the impact that a college or university would have on students for the future. That is part of that holistic approach to college admissions. With that being said, that is the last slide that I have, and open to any further questions or conversations we have. I appreciate your questions and your feedback.
Okay, we're coming up against it here. It's 11:20.
8:20.
So unless there's any further discussion, we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic, because the board doesn't need to take any action this evening. So I want to thank you, Mr. Raleigh. You've been put through the ringer tonight, and so I appreciate all your information.
Appreciate your feedback. I know some have asked for some specific data. I have noted those the best I can. I'll rewatch and make sure that we're getting that data to Dr. Layden to share with you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, and thank you to Katie as well.
Thanks, Katie. Of course. I'll be right back. Dr. Fuchs, you're on the last one. I'm going to make sure Katie.
You want me to go ahead and proceed then? You okay
Yeah,
with that?
please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So then at this point, we'll move to the 9th item of business, which is the approval of donations for the Kaneland parent groups. Dr. Fuchs, take it away.
Thank you. Tonight, I bring to you the 2022-2023 donations from all of our parent groups. We do this once a year to celebrate the awesome work that our parents do to help supplement some of our student activities and other kinds of things. And so if you look on here, you can see that our parent groups have raised over $117,000 in total. And so kudos to each of those groups for what they've done. We appreciate it. And on behalf of the administration, we're asking the board to approve those, or accept and approve those donations.
Big thank you to all these different parent groups. I know a lot goes into it, so definitely want to acknowledge them.
They work really hard.
Oh yeah, definitely. So thank you to those of you that are out there. At this point, I'll entertain a motion then that the Board of Education accepts the donations in the amount of $117,882 from the Kaneland parent organizations for the 2022-2023 school year as presented.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Kleiser's absent.
So passes 6-0. Okay, that concludes new business for tonight. We'll move on to the superintendent reports. Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you. 3 meetings coming up, community-based committees. The first one is on the 18th. We have our facility planning committee. That meets next Wednesday in the district office from 7 o'clock to 8:30. That one, again, does not have specific board member attendance with the board member sitting on that committee, but anybody that any board member that would like to come is welcome to attend. The next meeting, next Friday, we have our annual municipal leader meeting. That one, Dr. Fuchs, myself, and our board president typically attend that meeting. Our municipal leaders from all of our 9 sending districts, or 9 municipalities are invited. 4 or 5 will typically attend. We'll share what's new and going on with our district. We'll share new initiatives. We'll share new needs that we have, referendum-related conversations. Then we also hear back from them, which is many times more important to hear what's going on in their municipalities. Do they have housing starts? What are they doing that we can continue to support them? And then lastly, On the 26th, we have our next Citizens Advisory Committee meeting. That meeting will be here at Harder, and it's 7 o'clock to 8:30. And based on Mr. Board President Gonzalez's report with the superintendent search, we will be shifting that topic a little bit from one or two of the other topics to include a forum on the superintendent search to give the board feedback from that committee. So that committee's 24, 25, and there'll be some other invitees or other attendees invited, so that way we can get a more of a well-rounded, more feedback for the board as far as that night for the superintendent search. And also Mr. Faulkner will be here, and again, the meeting's here, and he'll give a tour of the meeting or tour of this building, because I know our families usually like a tour of Harder, especially if they only have elementary age children.
You remember, is our board member assigned to that meeting that night?
It was me, but Ryan, are you doing it? Because I'm doing the Kishwaukee Division meeting instead.
Which night is it?
That's Thursday, the 26th.
I
But again,
plan on
but
going to it.
but CAC, that one we did have an assigned member, but anybody that can attend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I was planning on attending.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
I was like
Yeah.
number one, but then you were my backup. So.
Yep, I got you.
So during that one, we're going to be leading, or we'll be leading the community feedback portion of it. So I'd encourage anyone who can attend. It's a good one to attend because we'll be able to actively engage in community feedback.
We don't want more than so many members.
We discussed it, and as long as we're not in an individual group discussing business, we can, because we're going to break out into different groups.
Oh, well then I
And,
might come.
and again, remember, we could be together. We just can't discuss business. So
Yeah.
I know it's a dangerous.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was similar to the board candidate forum last February.
Yeah.
We had 4 or 5 of the current board members attend. They just attended to watch the forum, hear the feedback of the new board members. They spread out throughout the auditorium here, the cafetorium here, and just make sure that they didn't have dialogue with each other.
It'll be helpful to have more people there from the board to engage with the different stakeholder groups.
Agreed.
And to hear the feedback.
Yeah, definitely.
That was all
We
I
already
had.
did Katie. Thank you, Dr. Lane. Sorry. Dr. Fuchs.
Yes, I have a couple meetings as well. Tomorrow, Mrs. Simmons, is the Health Insurance Committee meeting at 4 o'clock. And then our Finance Advisory Committee will be meeting for the first time this year next Thursday night, the 19th, from 7 to 8:30, and that will be in the district office. The last thing that I wanted to mention, every year on October 15th, the school district is required to exclude certain students who have not had physicals or certain immunizations. We are short on nurses this year, but the nurses that we have been literally been working around the clock to get everybody's physicals entered and immunizations checked. And so I will let you know that we have a number of students that will be excluded next Monday. Typically after exclusion day, the paperwork comes in very quickly. So unfortunately, it's the law and we follow it, and just letting you know. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And then I just have one thing. We discussed postponing the October 24th special meeting for self-evaluation. That was the, what I call round 2 of the board retreat. Given everything we have going on, I think we're going to go ahead and postpone it until I think spring at the earliest. We're all in agreement. So that will be done. We're going to be postponing that meeting. At this time, are there any topics for future agendas? Mr. Mankowski.
I'd like to take a look and see where we're at in terms of a transition fair, in terms of a trades fair. I've already been in touch with Farm Bureau in DeKalb and Kane County, and they were thrilled about an ag night, ag trade, ag careers fair at Kaneland, and wanted to provide whatever assistance possible. They were really enthused.
Yep, thank you.
particularly the DeKalb.
Yep, thank you. I have, on the weekly update, we do have, one of the fairs, the career fair plan. We're still working on these to make sure that we have inclusion of all the right people. So
Okay.
informational files.
Happy to help. The other thing
Thank you.
too is, I have worked when I've taught in other locations, I've worked with the folks over at ACT on receiving some free tests for those who might not otherwise be able to afford the ACT or would benefit from it. I would also like the board to consider maybe a test prep offered to our students and find some way to offer that to them here for the ACT, SAT, for standardized tests, so that they're not walking into it cold, like many of our juniors probably did today on the PSAT. Wasn't that today?
Yes.
Yeah.
SAT.
Was it the PS?
Today would have been juniors SAT.
What?
I'm sorry, was it?
PSAT.
I'm sorry, was that, okay,
National
that's in
Merit,
the
the
spring,
National
right,
Merit.
that's in the
I mean,
spring. Yes.
Because those tests can turn high school careers around for the better. I'd just like to give our students at the basic level every opportunity possible to excel. Can we look into that, please? I'll talk to some of the folks at ACT if we're willing. Still have the contacts out of Iowa City who would provide those tests for us.
So you're looking for a update of what we're currently doing for test prep?
Can we look at, if Dunham Foundation or others were willing to sponsor test preparation, free test preparation. For example, up at Dundee Crown, that was provided by, they had a couple as I recall, they had a couple sponsors. I'll make some calls up there, but would we be interested in providing that for our students at school, after school?
We could look into it for sure.
Okay.
There's no reason why we would turn down any opportunity for our students, but depending on what the cost would be, depending on what the board would want to pay, whether there's grants or
Or we
what
can
students would be willing to pay.
Get it sponsored by, for example, the ACT folks out in Iowa City, when I was teaching in Albuquerque, they gave 500 tests at the high school.
So do we need a consensus, or is this just something you'll follow up with us on?
Well, this is just something I can look into because I'm not taking action on it. We're not taking, if at some point we're going to take action on it, if there would be any expenditures, grant writing or any of that thing, then I would need consensus for that one.
Okay. Okay, anyone else? No? Okay. You have the contracts coming up, right? The
Next
we've got
meeting.
it okay.
Yep.
So,
On the 30th.
Okay. Well, if there are no future agenda topics, then we will move on to public comment round 2. Would anyone like to? Is anyone signed up? Nope. No. Anyone want to address the board? Sure. You guys know the deal with the 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah.
I'll be brief. I know it's So my name's Chris Sutton. I got 3 kids in the district. I live in Sugar Grove. And I've listened for the last few hours around the SIPs or around standard-based gradings. And my question is kind of like, what are we doing? I look at this as I've been listening, and our 8th graders are coming in below state standard, which is really not good. Our 8th graders are coming in with a 46% of them reading at a grade level they should be at. And then I feel like we come in and we talk about COVID as we're quick to point at COVID. It potentially could be COVID. To me, it's a little bit disingenuous. I see the one thing that's the commonality, and I feel like standard-based grading has come in roughly about that same time. I feel like it's one thing that has negatively impacted my kids. I feel it's negatively impacted the community. I think when we talk about the surveys that were given, 66%, I think it was like 2-to-1 parents. That in an election, that would be an overwhelming response, have a negative perspective of this. Students do alike. So the community overall is saying, hey, this doesn't work for us. And to say, hey, you got to educate us in it is almost a little bit disrespectful. We get it. We just don't agree with it. So to say, hey, we could teach you more about this. We could explain it a little bit differently here. We could do this. It just doesn't work for us. I could tell you last year, I talked to you last year, total pro. Appreciate your time. Dr. Layden talked to you as well. Talked to Principal Faulkner. I was affected personally by it. And my frustration is the fact that it's called standard-based grading is a little bit of an irony because there's no standard to it. From one teacher to the next, it's managed differently. My son got an A in a class, and they're on the 3-point scale, so he gets an A. Last year, they did the corresponding letter to the number. He gets an A. What was the number he gets? I would think a 3. It would make sense if you get an A. The number was a 2, right? I reach out to the teacher, send an email. Guess what the teacher told me? You want to guess what the teacher told me? No, you're not going to respond. I'll tell you what he told me. Nothing. He didn't respond. 2 weeks later, I sent another email. Guess what he said? Nothing. Didn't respond. So happened I talked to you, Dr. Layden, and you got to the bottom of it, and I appreciate it, and Principal Faulkner handled it like a pro as well. The response was essentially, well, the teacher could have pushed the wrong button in. We don't really know. And based on evidences and sort of those types of things, these types of things shouldn't happen. And quite frankly, I wholeheartedly believe it because I know that this teacher wasn't a big fan of my kid. He did what he wanted to do, and he plugged in a 2 there, and that was it. And if we didn't have a corresponding letter grade, good luck for me going back and arguing that back. My daughter also, just ironically enough, on the way here, she's talking about one of her teachers, how they just said they flat out, they just don't give 3s. So there's your new ceiling for a kid, right? I don't give a 3, you're going to get a 2, that's your ceiling. That's what your kid's going to shoot for. Ironically enough, I took my kid for a physical that you were talking about. Kids need physical, so you get to go to the eye doctor. The eye doctor says, hey, where do you live? I said, Sugar Grove. He literally turns to me and he goes, what? I had nothing to say. He goes, what do you think about your schools? I said, it's ironic you're talking about this. His nephew was negatively impacted by some standard-based grading stuff as well. So the fact is, we're getting a reputation in Kaneland. I talked about it last week. I think it's a big branding problem we have. The community wants one thing. The board should represent the members of the community. And you're a new board, so I got it. Respect you and all the work that you do. But these are the types of things we have to think about. Again, there's a referendum coming up, and it's one of these things like, if you just kind of thumb your nose at the community that goes, hey, we hear what you're saying, you just don't get it, and then you turn around and you ask for dollars. These are types of things the community doesn't. They look at and they go, no, and if you want to build some sort of
Mr.
bridge
Sun,
there
have to
has to be
respectfully ask you to
communication.
wrap it up. Sorry.
Got it. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Sorry to be emotional about it, but I've listened for the last 3 hours about some of this stuff, and it's been frustrating. I've just kept my mouth shut and haven't said anything. But I think this is something that we really need to stop talking about and really start making some action on. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm John Warner. I live in Montgomery. I have 4 students in the district and have gone from K through. All of them are in high school now. My big disagreements with the standard-based grading is kind of what the previous speaker said, the same thing. I know of complete examples of last year, a student that received an F in ELA as a freshman for the first semester and was still able to go back in the second semester and reassess and change that grade to improve the GPA. I've got one of my children this year that has already started to struggle with school, and he was told he cannot reassess anything, and we're not even through the first quarter or first semester of this school year. So the consistency is definitely not there. By the way, the student that received an F last year for the first semester, we knew nothing of the grade because Canvas, Tyler, all the other ones, there's no consistency with even the grading things. So as one of the board members said, we should encourage our kids. Well, when we get on these sites to look, there's nothing that shows what their grades are. So we can't get on them and say improve. It's this is late, reassessed. The consistency, or there's nothing in there, as he said, there's no standard in standards-based grading. And that needs to severely change because I've got a daughter that's a senior this year who is National Honor Society and stepped away from a 4.0 because, again, last year a teacher said, we'll never give a 4 on a grade. So she went to a 3, and it's disappointing that no longer does she carry a 4.0. So the incentive was there. She skipped the final last year because she didn't need to take it. Even if she aced it or zeroed it, it had no impact on her grade. So that's what we're teaching these kids. We need to teach these kids how to study and how to be productive because the real world is very difficult. And you're right, you get fired when you don't do your job. If you get put on a PIP, that's your first step already out the door. So it's not like it's going to change unless something drastically happens. But typically, you don't do a good job, you got to go find a new job. And that's what it is. And that's some guys saying you want fries with that instead, or you want to supersize that instead of having a professional career. because we're teaching these kids to not study, take their test, reassess, only work on the things that they missed, get their grade again. If they didn't do it, keep going back to the well again. So those are my opinions on it. I really, and then the teachers have to do additional work from their 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s to compensate them back to a GPA class ranking in A's, B's, C's, D's, and E's, and F. Why would we do that if to go to college? It just makes zero sense to me. So I'll give 30 seconds back because the guy went before me long. So and we've been here 4.5 hours. By the way.
Thank you for your comments,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Warner. All right. No other public comments at this time. Well, then at this point, the board is scheduled for closed session to discuss the Illinois Open Meetings Act, Section 2C2, where there will be no action taken following the session. Therefore, after the vote to go into closed session, the recording of tonight's meeting will be concluded. This time I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss 2C2 collective negotiating matters at 11:38 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons. Aye. Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. So we are going to enter closed